Main engines on, paradigm shift, engage. Aloha shifters, welcome to another live recorded broadcast of a Paradigm Shift team building hangout. This is Brendon, aka Skull Babylon, aka Skull the Wolf, with you here in this moment for another exciting educational opportunity to be able to hang out here in sacred digital space, to be able to talk about spirituality, metaphysics, and to be able to help bring together a global team of shifters and artists and conscious media creators and light guardians and conscious community leaders helping build paradigm shift communities all across the world as part of the real world interactive game to help shift consciousness through paradigmshiftcentral.com. So of course I am gathered and welcomed here by several other shifters from across the world. So fellow shifters, let's unmute our microphones and say hello to all the people tuning into this broadcast in the present and the future. So also the past. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, guys, for joining me here right now at this present moment in the broadcast. We have Michelle Infinity, we have Kyle, we have our new friend Breeze, who is recently joining into the game for the first time in this hangout, and we have KJ, who is with us and possibly just figuring out his microphone, but we'll be able to hear from everyone as we continue to go through this. So for those of you who are watching this in this moment, of course, just reminding you that you can always join this broadcast and future broadcasts at any time, and of course encouraging you to be able to interact with this game at multiple levels, and this is a real-world interactive game to help shift consciousness, and it's about creating conscious media, and it's about encouraging people to choose to be the change they wish to see, in addition also about creating paradigm shift communities all across the world. So with this team building hangout, this is really a lot more casual with some of the stuff that we got going on compared to some of the other classes. So within the schedule for the Paradigm Shift project, we have the Paradigm Shift Team Building Hangouts, which is this. We have the Paradigm Shift Dream class, Paradigm Shift Admin Meetings, and Paradigm Shift Destiny School. So the Dream class, we always talk specifically about dream exploration, lucid dreaming, the dimensions and the infinity, and everything kind of related to that. The Destiny School always rotates through a variety of topics, and we've done various ones related to sacred geometry, health and fitness, meditation, also lucid dreaming, and an upcoming one on sacred sexuality and love. I think that's what we were calling it, or love and sacred sexuality.
Yeah.
So that's going to be an exciting one, and that's going to be the next one coming up in a couple weeks. And then the admin meetings are more focused on like the groundwork of being able to create the physical paradigm shift communities and some of the logistics related to the website and the social media. And again, just giving a chance for people to connect and to talk about what it means to be a conscious leader within today's day and age. Again, relating to the theme of light guardians and Jedi and all that cool stuff. And so that brings me to, again, just a reiteration of what the team building hangouts here are. These are a lot more casual. These are kind of anything that we want to practice talking about, we can practice talking about it. We will go over some basic stuff related to the project. If there's any updates, I'll be able to share some recent things that I've been going through as well. But it is just a place where any topic that could potentially come up, this is a place for it to be able to come up. So I know, just as a little bit of a foreshadow, I know some of the topics that we're going to probably be getting into, Kyle is really hot on wanting to talk about the Mandela effect. So we're going to be getting into that a little bit later on, and if you have no idea what that is, then stay tuned, and if you do know what that is, then get pumped. So with that said, we'll go around the talking stick, and we'll go around with the talking stick, and we'll introduce people to this project, within this broadcast, to the global team as part of the ongoing story. And in the background, I'm just going to continue to share the word and let people know that we are broadcasting live. And of course, this is always recorded in the future, and all of the broadcasts are always available for you guys to download, watch on YouTube, and listen to on MP3 as well. So in terms of some recent updates that I'll just share real quick, this has been a very, very important last couple weeks for me, specifically this last week. A lot of you who again, you know, are familiar and follow me on Facebook, you guys already know this, but Monday was my birthday, and that was on July 18th, and that was a very exciting day for multiple reasons, and as much as it was like exciting isn't the best way to describe it, but it was a very powerful day. And the reason for that is that that day was, in addition to being my birthday, was also the same day that we walked my dog across the Rainbow Bridge, Shelby. And you guys, again, you know, like for those of you who already are familiar with this, I just want to say thank you so much for the support, and thank you so much for the outpouring of love. I know that experience, being able to share it online with you guys, was very important in the way that it allowed all of us to reflect through the healing and through the topics, and it was my intention to bring it into the conversation, to be able to share Shelby with you guys, and to be able to like allow you guys to be able to connect through that experience, and also to be able to bring in the topic of death and life into the conversation, and to sort of dispel some of the taboo and really bring in that spiritual perspective of the idea that death is only a step in our ongoing journey. And so again, you know, like you guys can find the videos of me like doing live broadcasts with Shelby, and he is like such an amazing spirit, such an amazing soul, as are all of our animal companions. And I can talk more about this later, because I do want to talk more about like the actual moment when we walked him across the Rainbow Bridge and what that was like, again, just to be able to share in this recording of the documentation of the shift in consciousness, so people here get a chance to know a little bit more about the story. But I want to talk about the exact moment that we walked him across the Rainbow Bridge, and what happened, and why it was so psychedelic. Like honestly, that's the best way I can describe that moment. It was just very psychedelic. And those of you who have animals, you know that they're there as teachers, they're there as allies, they're there as fellow souls along the spiritual path, and they're teaching us so much about compassion and opening our hearts. And again, these are topics that we can get more into as we continue to get into this conversation, but I just sort of wanted to plant that seed to be able to share that with you guys. And the other thing that was really cool, and again, I'll talk more about this later, is that earlier today, I was working on a video of my birthday video, my birthday sunrise message. Almost every year, I've made a video at sunrise on my birthday, and this year, obviously, it had like a bit of a different theme to it. Well, in addition to still having the main themes of gratitude and just like reflecting on where we've been, where we are, and where we're moving into, and after I was rendering the video, I took a nap, and I actually had a dream with Shelby in it, which was my intention, to be able to meet him in the astral planes. Like I even said that, within my Facebook post. As I was going in this, I was just like, from my own spiritual perspective, I know that it's possible to be able to meet him in the dream space. And so I had that intention, I was putting it out there, and then lo and behold, this afternoon, I did have an experience within my dreams, and yeah, I know, I was excited. Michelle's pumping her fists in the air, and so I mean, the fact that it happened so soon, and again, I want to talk a little bit more about that later on. So that's just some of the things that have been happening within my reality, and just how I've been shifting, and again, how I've been using that opportunity to connect with a deeper strength in moving forward. And yeah, again, I just want to thank you so much to everyone for being able to share in that experience. I know it was a very heart-opening experience for many of us. There were many tears and much healing that took place. So that's just some of the basics that's been going on. In terms of that, I've got a few other projects that I'm working on, a couple of free hugs videos that I got in the works, and of course Journey to Lucidity 3 is still something that we're working on. There's other updates I can just relay to you guys about the website, or just reiterate at least, but again, we'll go over that as we keep bouncing around. So with that said, we'll pass the talking stick around and get some of the other
testing
to be able to join in.
Can you hear me now?
KJ, we can hear you loud and clear, brother.
Oh, okay, cool. All right,
awesome.
I don't have anything to say yet. I'm just still
Sweet.
trying to
Well,
get
I'm glad it's working.
Perfect, yeah,
perfect.
Finally. Okay, thanks. Hi, hello,
awesome.
everyone.
Welcome. Sweet. Okay, well, that's perfect, because we're going to go around and do the introductions, and yeah, let's do that. So I'll let you guys decide who wants to volunteer to decide who wants to go first. Is that Michelle? Are you volunteering? Put your hand up if you are. No? Not necessarily? Or...
my intuition says Breeze should go first as our honored guest, unless that makes you uncomfortable.
We'll give him that option, yeah. Breeze, would you want to introduce yourself first?
Sure.
Yay!
Okay, cool. So, welcome again, and again, this project is an open project. We want people to be able to join. We want them to get involved. We want them to be a part of the team, to use the website as a platform, to share their media, to share their voice, and to be inspired to create conscious paradigm shift communities where they are. So, Breathe, welcome. tell us who you are, where you're from, and a little bit about just like either what you're interested in or how you're helping shift consciousness, or any intentions that you have to be able to help assist in the shift in consciousness where you are. So we'll pass it over to you, and welcome again.
Okay, thank you. My name is Steven, and I live on on the west coast of Canada, on a place called Vancouver Island. It's the biggest island in Canada. And well, I've just been spiritually awakening, per se, the last couple months. I started looking into lucid dreaming and astral projection and stuff like that, and kind of kickstarted from there. I started meditating and everything, and getting into that kind of thing. And ever since then, I've been spending a lot of time on the internet, finding cool websites like this one to, I don't know, spiritually enlighten myself. And yeah, so I tried to do the free hugs thing the other day. I was in a city. I personally don't live in a city. I live in a small town, so I can't do the free hugs because I guess I'd be standing there for quite a while. I'd be standing there for an hour and get maybe one hug. I don't know. Maybe see a person. But yeah. So when that didn't play out, I been helping people more. I saw trying to raise consciousness. I saw someone struggling up a hill yesterday with a scooter. She was had some back problems, so she had a scooter, and the battery had died on her. So she was pushing up the hill, huffing and puffing, and I came over and asked her what happened, and she told me her scooter broke down. So I helped her out, pushed her up the hill, and when we reached the top of the hill, she needed to take a rest on the scooter. So as she sat down, I said, well, it might be easier for me just to push you on the scooter. So I pushed her the rest of the way home. Yeah, so she was pretty grateful about that. Probably pretty happy. And other than that, I don't know. Just been evolving.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man.
Be in the change, man. Be in the change.
That's perfect. I mean, again, you know, that's a prime example of the idea of like just like being the everyday hero, being the everyday like change that you want to see in the world. The little things make the big difference. So I mean,
yeah,
like
the simple act of kindness.
Yeah, you changed her world in that moment, and who knows how many other people like went past her and stuff like that. So I mean, that's a great thing to be able to do. And yeah, how did that make you feel?
Oh, awesome! Like $1 million is fantastic.
Sweet, man.
Yeah.
It's amazing how being of service, like when you feel like you're doing that, you know, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sweet, man. Now, Breathe, I was just curious, again, like through the main website, for anybody listening to this, we have the quest journals and the conscious articles, and as part of the game, we encourage people to use the platform to document things, to share their stories, their synchronicities, their journal logs, their intentions, their reflections. That in itself, like that story there about like you like helping that person, as an example, that would be a prime example for a quest journal, for just as something to be able to share, and other people reading that would just be like, cool, you know, like that's so simple yet so effective and things like that. So I just wanted to put that out there, but at the same time, do you have sort of like any like interest in working on conscious media, like maybe any videos or anything down the road?
Yeah, absolutely. I was just trying to put together my first YouTube video about raising consciousness. So yeah.
Sweet, man. Awesome. Well, definitely, that's something. Again, we can definitely brainstorm around some more. I'd love to be able to help you with that and stuff. So, sweet.
Hey,
and
Steven.
Go ahead,
Yep.
KJ. Yep.
Hey, I was just curious. Did something in particular start you on the awakening? Anything that you point to, or something that you is it in other words, is it like something that you point to, like, oh yeah, that was it, or is it something that's happened that you haven't quite pinpointed?
There's a significant event that happened for sure. Do
you want to share, or?
Yeah. It was a it was just a move from living with my mother to moving into with my grandparents, and that was big. So it was a little unstable with my mother. So I guess I awoke when I moved here.
Good, nice. Well,
Well,
yeah,
what-
curious.
Yeah,
Life
what was-
changes definitely precipitate that.
Yeah.
What was the difference? Like, how did that move you? Like, I'm wondering.
Oh, well, for one, my friends were different, right? Like my tribe was different, so that helped. And guess I got out of the partying stage and
Oh, totally.
became more relaxed as well. So
I hear you. Yeah.
Were your friends, are your current friends more now kind of in this game? Is that something like that, or?
not so much, but they're definitely more relaxed and in the now than other ones. So
That's good, man. I wish you divine blessings on your journey.
thank you.
Yeah, and Steve, I was just going to say before we keep passing it around and stuff like that, do you sort of feel called to be able to help like create some like conscious community gatherings like as a shift community where you are down the road?
Yeah, I can see myself doing that for sure.
Sweet, sweet, man. Awesome, man. Well, thanks again for joining, and thank you again for just like sharing, and it's really cool because like with these team building spaces, like that's what it's being able to get to know a little bit about who we are and like where we come from, and again, you know, even just sharing a little bit about like what brought you into your process of awakening is really appreciated. So cool, man. Is there anything else that you want to share right now?
Not right now, no.
Cool.
Can I ask you a question? How old are you?
15.
You're 15? I'm so glad I asked.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Bonus
Totally so good.
points. So, I mean, cool.
Yeah, I wish I would have. Well, you know, every journey is divinely planned and unfolds perfectly, but you know, it'd be always nice if I could have woke up a few years earlier.
So, can I give you an offering? When I was like 16, I discovered a book from Ram Dass called Be Here Now. Have you seen that yet?
No, I haven't.
I'm going to send a link in the chat, and for anybody 15 or anyone who doesn't know this book is like the epic book of our tribal people gathering. It will blow your mind for the rest
What's
of
your
your
name?
life.
Michelle?
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because, you know, sometimes I take things for granted as just like, I think, yeah, of course everybody knows Ram Dass taking LSD in the 70s in the Haight-Ashbury district, writing Be Here Now with the monks, you know? Of course everybody knows Ram Dass and, you know, Hinduism and Buddhism. It's just old news. But then it's like, you know, here's this young man waking up and, you know, absolutely, you know, check into every book you possibly can in spirituality, like anything by, Ram Dass is an amazing figure. He goes along with like Jack Kornfield, Eckhart Tolle. There's a lot of people on the Mind Rolling Mind Pod network with Ram Dass. They do a lot of spiritual podcasts and retreats and all kinds of amazing things. But yeah, the Be Here Now is a very influential book. So I'm glad that she mentioned that to you because it's like, you know, here I am sitting here thinking like, oh yeah, there's no need to mention that, right? But sure enough, you might have just been, you know, opened in a whole new, you know, sort of dimension just from a comment that I'm glad that she mentioned.
Thank you.
Awesome. Sweet. Well, yeah, no, thanks again, you guys as well, just for adding in on that, and it's really cool just to be able to support and welcome in the new members of the game. So, Steve, man, welcome again. It's really nice to have you here, and yeah, I look forward to just being able to communicate further and bounce some ideas around, even just within this broadcast and so forth. So, cool, man. All right, so let's keep bouncing things around, and I will say that there is another player who has joined the game, so I just want to give a shout out to Alina. Hey, Alina, welcome back. Do you want to test your microphone real quick if you're there? I think Alina may have actually just froze, so that's not a problem. So Alina has actually been in previous broadcasts. Those of you who've been tuned in for this a while, you'll recognize her. So but that said, though, we'll pass the talk. Oh, okay, hold on, Alina, go ahead. Try and test your microphone.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can. Hey, welcome
Yay!
back.
Oh, cool. Hey. Yeah.
Awesome. Sweet. Okay, so Alita, again, thank you. Welcome. We're just gonna keep bouncing through the introductions, but again, I'll let you guys decide who wants to introduce themselves first, and feel free to jump in on that in anyone who feels called. So, and even if it's Alina, so.
What's up, guys? No.
Alina, do you
Oh, I guess
want
I
to?
will.
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
sure.
Okay, so again, we'll just go over the basics of like who we are, where we're from, and like either what we're interested in or like what we've been up to within our journeys, within our spiritual quests in terms of like helping shift consciousness. So, Alina, welcome back.
Hey guys, cool. Okay, yes, my name is Alina, and I'm based out of Los Angeles. I was away at school for a while, out of state, and I'm back here now. And I've decided to stay in Los Angeles as well, so I'm like here. And yeah, I work. Things that I'm putting my passions in mostly is YouTube and spreading holistic health knowledge, specifically nutrition, different types of herbal medicine, spreading awareness of different things like that, like now.
Okay, I think we may have just had a glitch. Alina's connection is a little bit choppy. That's okay. We'll give it a second. It's Alina, are you still there?
Hello?
Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead. There was just like a bit of a pause or whatever.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Um,
Go ahead though.
I don't know where that cut off, but basically, yeah, I work on YouTube, stuff like that. And currently, in my personal sort of journey, I feel like I've been kind of battling a little bit of materialism and wanting, like I feel like I've gotten too fixated a little bit when it comes to YouTube because I really want to spread holistic health through social media and through these different avenues, which are so powerful. But I feel like sometimes I get sidetracked with the numbers and like, oh, how many views can I get? Like, what if I do a video that's more pop culture-esque? So that's something that I've been working on. And then I've also gotten more into meditation. And wow, one result, and then I'll wrap it up because I don't want to make this a run-on thing. But meditating, I've had much more vivid dreams more recently, the more consistently I've done it, and that's really interesting. And yeah, but yeah, that's it. Okay, I'm going to stop there.
Sweet. And do you want to just tell people what your YouTube channel is, and we'll put it in the show notes?
Oh, yes, it's Alina Alive. It's youtube.com/Alina Alive, and I'll put a link in the group chat.
Cool. Awesome. Sweet. Well, yeah, welcome back. And definitely as we keep going, we can totally brainstorm some more on just like, again, how to be able to like create conscious media that's going to like reach that audience and how to use the website to be able to help leverage what it is that we're creating. And I will just take a moment here to actually just go over some of the recent successes that we've actually had within the content being created through the Paradigm Shift community. And I just want to give a special shout out to Michelle. And Michelle is very experienced in terms of like creating blog posts. She's been doing it like prior to the project, and she does it through her own website, Michelle Infinity or InfiniteEverything.net. And so she's been able to relay some content that she's creating through her platform, yet also being able to share it through the Paradigm Central platform. And some of the recent ones that she actually did, because this was even going back to the admin meeting where I was just like, hey, Michelle or anyone else, like if you guys want to create an entry related to the full moon coming up, please feel free to do that. And Michelle jumped on that opportunity, and hold on, I just got to make sure that my computer's not. You'll hear me okay, I presume? Yeah, it's coming through okay. So yeah, some of the recent entries that Michelle has actually contributed was one about like hearing the call of the Capricorn full moon and being able to like create through compassion, and another one that she created related to honoring the rage of the heart. And through the website, it's been good example of what the website is actually able to accomplish, and the numbers, I'm just like, my browser's kind of slow, so I can't pull them up right this second, but the entry that she had related to the full moon, like that was something that we put out there, and obviously with full moon articles, they always sort of like pick up that additional wave of shares, and people sort of like to be able to read about that content at that time. And the one about the full moon, at this point, probably has like close to like 700 unique page views, so that's like 700 potential people who have read the article. And then the additional one that she had about honoring the rage of the heart at this point is like over 200 within the website as well. Okay, so I don't want to like crash in the background. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can hear
I just
you.
gotta. Yeah, because like my stuff is like freezing, even though I know it's not frozen, but I just got to make sure I don't crash anything here. So again, yeah, I just want to give a shout out to Michelle, and again, you know, like using how those have been working as an example of how anyone can be able to create their own, be it quest journals or conscious articles, to be able to help leverage their platform. So Michelle's like creating, with her Capricorn full moon, she creates like an article, yet within the article she also links in one of her videos as well. So I mean, like, that's one way how to do things. You can create an article surrounded around the theme of a video, and sort of use that to kind of leverage both of them. And I also just want to give a shout out to Kyle, even though this is like stuff we were talking about previously, but again, Kyle in the past couple weeks has put some attention into creating a few quest journals, and one of the ones that he has made is probably close to like over like 1,000 views at this point now, and that was the understanding the golden age of Aquarius, the Great Awakening. So again, shout out to Kyle, and shout out to the whole team. Every time that we create a quest journal and it brings people back to the website, it's like bringing people to everyone's content, which is basically the idea is that like as one of us puts something out, it brings everyone's content into the place where people can see it simply by finding the website. And of course, people find the website, and then it connects them to the team, and it connects them to the Hangouts, and it connects them to the potential of being inspired to create a paradigm shift community where they are. So that's how the ripple effect here works in some very real ways. So Michelle, Kyle, everyone else who's creating the content for the website, shout out. Good job, guys. So
Go team.
Go team, go team. So we'll talk more about that later. And again, you know, just Alina, like I would love to be able to like help you put together some content for the website that we can include your videos into, like even doing like a small like article around something that can embed one of your videos into it. And just to clarify, so the quest journals are kind of like, this is how, you know, one of the ways that you play the game. You create quest journals and you create conscious articles. It's very simple. The difference between the two is that the quest journals are more sort of practice. They're more sort of directly personal. They're more sort of free flow. They're something that when you post, they automatically go up, and they can really be what you want them to be. And they're also sort of intended to be like synchronicity logs, dream journals, intentions, reflections, sharing your videos. The difference between those and the conscious articles is that the conscious articles are something that you want to like put a little bit more attention and intention into. So they're going to be a little bit longer. They should be, you know, almost like an essay, and they're going to be, you know, a little like probably about like 5-6 paragraphs in length, give or take. But you can also include videos into those. And since they go in a separate stream relative to the quest journals, they can also sort of like categorize. They can be placed in a category where people are going to be able to like see them differently as well, compared to the amount of quest journals that get put online, which is a little bit more frequent. So we can talk more about that as we keep going along. But again, you know, like, good job, guys. It's awesome to see the website working in that fashion, and it's just going to keep bringing in more audience as we keep going. So awesome stuff. So that said, let's keep passing the talking stick around. So who would like to do their intro and their updates next?
I'll go, I think.
Go, Michelle.
I think it might be time. Okay, cool, because you called my name.
Yeah.
What it do, people? I'm so excited. So talk about the full moon first. Is this week, energetically, the full moon has been really sparky, like intense. Dude, Brendon's The Epic Journey, like that shit, that really got me. I thought it was super vivid that you shared. Did you decide on purpose that was going to be the day? Like,
so in relation to like us like putting Shelby down, like walking across the Rainbow Bridge.
Yeah.
See, it was. I'll just answer this real quick. It was super synchronistic. Like that's the thing. Like I put out the intention a long time ago. I was just like, you know, like I hope my dog makes it to my birthday. And then as things got closer, a week before my birthday, it's just like it's nearing the end. And then at that point, it was just like if we keep him around for another week, like it's just gonna be pushing it, you know. So like we got to make the decision soon. And then we like tried contacting the vets, and then the burial place only buried on Mondays, and that's when my birthday was. So like just with that alone, and the fact that like Monday was the first day that the vets were available, it all just lined up. Like it couldn't have been any other day. So I mean, yeah, it was like super potent. But
it was
yeah,
super epic. Yeah.
Yeah. Go
So
ahead,
so to see that and to witness that, that was really like. So, you know, I mean, so I said on your birthday, like, you inspire me, and, like, you are a motivating force for me stepping into my power, my voice, and creating this content that is now, like, really rolling out of me, right? So it's like a team effort, right? It's like a yin-yang, you know, you build and etc. So I was like, wow, when I saw that that was what you were doing for your birthday, was like, I mean, on a soul level, like, that's what you're doing for your birthday is, like, I mean, that's like some epic, like that's some, yeah, wow, right? So that was really amazing. So, but this is like, that's what I'm saying is like, so this full moon is really intense. So there was like high but low, right? That's an epic experience, but there's like a deep, raw, visceral, like, yeah. So anyway, so my raw, I wrote an article about it, and you know what's cool? I wrote an article in a voice that I never get to use, which was like my warrior goddess voice. And one of my this guy I met in Hawaii actually said like Ma Durga, which I haven't like been able to. Not that I haven't been able to embody, but like you don't get the opportunity. I had this weird thing where my phone was stolen, and then I hunted the guy down, and nobody would get it. Like I just took it back basically, and it happened, and it was a miracle. And people can read that on the website. And it was awesome. So that's what I did on Monday, even though I wanted to get work done. So I ended up being a huntress and coming into my divine feminine power. And I've had synchronicities all week. I think that for me, the full moon, there's two energies. There was the energy I talked about in the video where you have to do discipline and mundane tasks in the reality of the real world, which I totally think is a drag, but that's okay, because you got to do that in order to have the foundation to build for the dream world that we want to create, that we are creating, right, as we're shifting paradigms, etc. And then the other energy was this willfulness that, like, if you are a badass, you can say no to shit. You can use that tone of the voice that I just did, where you get into your authority, and you don't have to be like, oh, I'm a hippie and maybe it's okay and blah, 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 and everything's divine. And, you know, I think a lot of us in the New Age community overuse our spiritual language and then don't own our, like, what we really think, or have boundaries, or draw lines, or actually get willful and create. So there's two ways to create in the universe. You can use your will, or you can let things line up, like Brendon was saying, in divine synchronicity, and you have to balance each polarity in order to live a balanced life. So that being said, segue into what I did today, which was really awesome, balanced life in yin and yang. I do the Tao of the Conscious Mindfulness podcast. Today was an epic episode. It was so soulful and good. It was fairy energy. The guy who was Peter Fay, wisdom keeper extraordinaire. I had no idea. It was supposed to be Kevin, Phila Flows. Miraculous synchronicity. It was totally this guy who is a writer. I don't know if I should announce this yet, but I'm going to be a part of his pod, doing conscious writing for the team of, like, traveling, you know, Dakini wisdom, beautiful creative energy. I really admired him. I really admired his wisdom, his language. I love people with intellect. I love people with creative vision, and he embodied all of those. So it was like, what a treat to listen to this guy. So he spoke. He honored and was reverent to my two co-hosts, to Boggy, who's on this podcast sometimes, and Ethan, just meeting me. And then there was a little turn of the dial, and at the end, Ethan totally gave me a reading and talked about my, like, wounded inner child, which was totally epic, and I did not expect. So but it was cool. I was open to it. So it was just a really beautiful episode. So if people want to go see that, The Way of Peter Fay in YouTube. And then what else? I did a thing. I took notes. Crazy. And I have an announcement. I have a shifty announcement. This is the last thing I'll say. So another synchronicity. So my trip is taking shape. So I'm going to go out west, right? Shout out to Amanda Amethyst. Me and her are going to do a sound healing in Little Rock on the 9th of August, which is really cool. So talk about creating sacred space there. Very cool. So if anybody is in Little Rock, get in touch with me. So that came together today. I'm meeting all these stops along the way. Colby Devane, who runs the Paradigm Shift Central, Tallahassee and St. Augustine, actually moved to South Carolina. So he asked me, by seeing one of these podcasts, if I wanted to take on those pages. I said, I'm moving out west as well, but I am going to. So now I'm going to have my own 2 pages of the thing. But what I want to announce is that if anybody is in northern Florida or central Florida or somewhere in Florida and they want to run those pages, or they are wanting to create conscious community, let me know, and we will put you in touch so you guys can be in charge of the pages. But that's going to be interesting. So it'll be my first time, ironically, as I'm leaving Florida, to take on a Paradigm Shift Central thing. But to help him watch the pages, he lives in a treehouse community, permaculture community in Seneca, South Carolina, which he won't be there while I'm passing through, but now I'm going to go and perhaps experience woofing for the first time, which I haven't done. So I'll be at like a permaculture treehouse, but it's a stop along the way, and then I might go to, so it's like Atlanta, South Carolina, Asheville, and then across to Little Rock, and then if anybody's in Oklahoma, I got to drive through there. I don't know anyone in Oklahoma, but if we have conscious people in Oklahoma, hit me up. Or tree houses in Oklahoma. If not, I'll probably just be camping, and then over to Taos, New Mexico, and then we'll see what happens from there. So that is my announcements and my love for this awesome day and broadcast, and happy everything. Happy full moon week. Yeah, that's it.
Happy full moon week, and congratulations.
It's still full moon-ish, kind of, right now. We're at like 96% on the other end of it, so
96% is
give or take. Yeah,
A+.
That still counts. Cool. Well, thanks, Michelle. That's some awesome updates. And again, for anybody interested, you can find Michelle's links in the show notes, but also just go directly to michelleinfinity.net as well. And again, looking forward to more content being able to that you're putting out that we're able to share. It's cool again, right? Like as you continue to put things out, you begin to develop a relationship with your audience, which I think is really important, right? Like as people read one of your articles and then they see another one come out, they're just like, ooh, like I enjoyed the last one. I'm definitely going to check this one out, right? So it's really cool, and you do a great job of it. So thanks again, Michelle.
Hey, Michelle.
Building that momentum.
KJ, go ahead.
Momentum's really powerful, man. Wow, yeah, for sure.
Hey, Michelle, what was the name of the Dow podcast?
It's so funny that I choked on that. That's so interesting. It's called The Way of Conscious Mindfulness, and you can look that up on Facebook. And then we post the.
Is it a podcast on iTunes?
It's on YouTube, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe we should do that.
Yeah, like I gotta talk to Paul a little bit about that just to be able to help promote it a little bit more, because again, you guys are putting out some great content, and we want to be able to help like more people see it. That's like
it should be easy enough, right?
Yeah. Like if you guys look up The Way of Conscious Mindfulness on Facebook, you can find that, and I'll link that within our chat and on the team live chat as well. But this is just a quick note that I just want to put out there for any of the conscious media creators, because I think this is like a common thing that is easily overlooked. When it comes to conscious media content, when it comes to any media content, one of the best things that I can recommend, and this is still something that I'm like getting into and getting better at, is the idea of doing like 20% creation and 80% promotion. So a lot of times people do it the other way around. They'll do like 80% creation and then 20% promotion, and then like barely anyone sees it, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, like we really have to look at this from, again, that perspective of being ambassadors for the messages that we're carrying. So we can create like something super awesome and put our heart into it, and then we'll like share it once, and then we're just like, oh dang, like it didn't go viral or something like that. Like, so you literally have to like go back to it and keep like finding new places to share it. And again, like that's kind of why what the website, the Paradigm Shift Central website, is kind of created to be able to help with that, because if you're creating a YouTube video, it's known that YouTube videos shared directly through Facebook don't get as much reach. But if you share like a website that has the YouTube video linked into it, it will get more reach. So like that's why we want to be able to, instead of just sharing YouTube videos, we'll share a link to the website which has your video within like a conscious article or a quest journal as well. So it's kind of like, again, you know, like using creative ways to sort of get around the incredibly unfair algorithms that Facebook has these days. So again, you know, like 20% creation, 80% promotion. Think about that.
I completely agree. Can you hear me okay, by the way?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. Okay, just something that I wanted to add. I completely agree, and a lot of the things that, you know, that we're completely surrounded by, all of, you know, the advertising and all of those things, they have massive corporations behind them pushing that because they have a profit. But I mean, for my own, you know, my own path with food and nutrition, they don't have corporations. You know, vegetables don't have that, and that's why I feel like some people will ask me, they're like, your videos feel like, you know, advertising sometime, but I do that, and I completely agree with that they need voices. Our ideas need voices to push and to advertise, like to market to people. But yeah, I love that. Yeah.
And you do a great job with that, Alina. I happen to see your channel. It's got like thousands of hits, right? You have like mad subscribers.
Oh, well, no, I mean, I just made like 1,000 subscribers, and a lot of the momentum started when I started doing like hair videos, because there's a really big sort of subculture of natural hair. But through that, the people that stayed were people that they saw my other videos and they're like, oh, okay, I'll continue on. But thank you very much, and congratulations to you too. Like you said, you were building momentum. That is so that's so beautiful. Like, yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, it feels good when we're in alignment. And you know what I wanted to say, not so much to you, but like when you were saying about the moment, when I first said when you first gave me the compliment, I said momentum. There was a voice in my head that says, and also honor when you know, there's peaks and there's valleys, and we go through that as creators. So we have to honor, right? So we have to honor that. So it's like a role. So you honor that part, but don't feel bad when it goes valley, and then just know that it's going to go back up again. So I just felt
incredibly.
Yeah, right. So incredibly.
Yes. Yeah.
So glad to see you back on the show.
Thank you for having me back. It's been so long. I'm sorry.
No, don't worry. All good. Peaks and valleys, man. Yeah,
for sure.
Again, and you know, like that's like just the idea of people coming and going from this broadcast and from the team. Like that's what it makes this really special, is like keeping the consistency with this project allows people to like know that it's here, get involved, go off to school, go on a trip around the world, and then come back and like share what they've learned, knowing that this like space is always there and that door is always open, and then applying that same concept to creating the physical paradigm shift communities is always something to keep in mind. You know, when you have those regular open-minded discussion meditation circles once a week, people may know about them, but they work every Friday or something like that, and then finally they're able to make it, and then they can show up because you've kept it there, sort of thing. So just like hold that space through time, like through space and time, sort of thing. So yeah, I just want to mention that. And again, you know, going back to the topic of creating conscious media, that's such an important topic, and it's going to be something we'll get back into. And yeah, you know, like it's interesting because like, yeah, we want to find creative ways to be able to share our content, to share our messages, to inspire people. When it comes to creating conscious media, one of the things that I always try to do is sort of like try and make it like educational, entertaining, and what was usually like inspirational. So yeah, like making it like entertain. Well, I feel like I'm like messing that up, but yeah, like educational, entertaining, and inspirational. Like if you can make something that has like those three elements into it, then like that's like really, really cool. Like opposed to, you know, just making something that's like entertaining, because like that's like that can be really, really popular, but like at the end of the day, like is it gonna leave an impression on the audience, sort of thing. And then if you can make something that's like really educational but not entertaining, it's just like, oh damn. So it's like finding that balance of those three, and then like out of that you get like that nice gem that's gonna allow all of the elements to carry that information forward. So yeah, let's definitely get more into that as we keep bouncing around here. In the meantime, let's just keep going and passing through. Steve, did you have something to say? You just got your mic open. I wasn't sure if Steve, did you want to?
Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. If you ever have anything to say, just feel free to like open your mic and we'll we'll know. But either way, that's cool. Okay, so let's keep bouncing the pass the talking stick around, and yeah, we do have another player. Sherman joined the game. Sherman, do you want to just check your microphone real quick?
Hey guys.
Hey dude, welcome to the Hangout.
What's going on, everybody?
Cool, man. Let me just boost up your microphone a little bit. Cool, dude. Welcome to the Hangout. It's good to see you again, dude.
Thank you for having me.
Sweet. All right, so
sharing this space.
yes, thank you for being here. Okay, so let's keep going in terms of introductions, and I'll let you guys decide who wants to introduce themselves next. So between Kyle, KJ, and Sherman. So whoever wants to go next, you guys.
I'll go.
Kyle wants to go. All right, Kyle, go ahead. And Kyle told me that I showed up in his dream last night, and apparently there's like some story behind it. So looking forward to hearing more about that. But Kyle, again, just tell us who you are, where you're from, and like how the shift has been unfolding, and how you're helping shift consciousness where you are, and any other updates related to community or anything you want to share. Go ahead, brother. Welcome back.
Absolutely. How's it going, everybody? How have you guys been?
Awesome.
Very good.
Awesome. All right.
Everyone unmute themselves.
Love you.
My bad. How's it going, everybody? Dude, I've had a pretty cool experience in the past couple of weeks. I got to meet some new
Kyle,
friends.
can you just check your microphone? Just if
Yeah,
you're...
roger that.
Yeah, cool,
Can you hear me? Is it good? Good? Okay, cool. Yeah, I've had a pretty cool last few couple of weeks, man. I wrote those quest journals, and then I've really been contemplating, because I'm always trying to get something done. You know, like my brain is always kind of like, oh, what can I do next? What more can I do? What's the next thing that I can do? What's something more that I can write, you know? And lately, I feel like the universe has been like telling me to stop pushing so hard and just allow them to come as they have been. I'm like, all right, cool. So I'm sort of just doing my thing and continuing my workout and you know, my daily regiment of just trying to stay connected, and but also trying to just enjoy being in the present moment and trying to just enjoy from whatever it is, whether I'm at work and we are super swamped and like people are screaming at me to get food out of the window, to just be able to enjoy that moment, you know, whatever it is. So I think that's a very important thing, like to be able to like enjoy, well, being present and enjoying the moment are kind of two different things, but really it's sort of the same when you're trying to just be present, but you have to be zen and happy and calm. So, you know, being in those moments of really high stress that, and being able to just breathe and be like the director of all that energy and use all that crazy amounts of energy and just like put it all into order and sort it out really fast and then be like, all right, it's good. You know what I mean? So like that's kind of what's been happening lately. And like I said, I've been thinking about what I want to write next, and with the direction that's going in is, instead of writing another quest journal, is developed into, maybe I could write a conscious article. So I'm like, all right, I'm just trying to take some extra time and really think hard on what my next move is going to be, and in the paradigm shift as far as conscious media goes, because I still haven't made any super cool videos, and I still haven't figured all that mess out yet. So I've got to learn some video editing techniques and video recording and uploading all that stuff, and using whatever program I got to put it all together and make a cool, you know, seamless, streamlined video, and have it be semi-legit and not have to worry about, oh, they stole someone's music, you know. you can't put that song in there. So I got a lot. You got a lot to actually learn on the tech side of doing some things. Aside from all that, you know, just been focusing on doing my thing and trying to focus a little bit more attention on to detail on what my next move could be. So I've kind of just been standing still, not standing still, still in motion. Still got a lot of energy out there in the works. I just got maybe a little too much energy is what it was saying lately. It's like just chill out, create something, but chill, relax, enjoy being for a moment. So that's what I've been doing.
Hey,
And,
Kyle.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, before I forget, I wanted to say that was a very sort of Zen-like description of being in the moment, and it just reminded me of like people who think that meditation has something to do with sitting down. Like one of the biggest lessons to learn, which is something you were just alluding to, is you know, there's no difference between sitting zazen and doing the dishes, you know, or having people yelling at you to get food out the window, and you can be present in that moment and remain focused and calm and be one. And so it's really a good point, to a good reminder to always keep that state of mind, whether you're going into what some might consider formal meditation at every moment during your waking world, right? From the moment you stand up, sit down, lay down, everything.
Yeah, you should try and always sort of be in a state of meditation. I feel like you should always be trying to ground center and be in that moment of sort of like alpha brainwave, instead of alluding to like the betas and getting involved in all the crazy anxieties, you know, and trying to just like breathe and be calm, and like carrying that kind of energy with you is very important. If people recognize that and they're like, wow, that's, you know, like that's that guy, you know what I mean? Like he's the one who can get it done. Like it don't matter. He'll just stand right there.
Because you're not falling prey to the trap of the mind, you know?
Yeah, yeah. It's like our mind is some, well, we know it's an organic supercomputer, but our mind is like designed as a computer to where it doesn't know what it is, or it doesn't know its function unless we tell it. So if it doesn't have a prime directive, then we fail into that mental, you know, negative cycle. We have to be able to program it and say, hey, when this happens, to run this program. By running this program, you override all this, and you stay in full operation. You know, you keep that connection stable, and that connection being connection to source, connection to the highest dimensions that we should reach for.
Aho to connecting to the vibe, the highest dimensions. I'm like, can't talk. But yes to that word.
Yes. That's awesome. But yo, Brendon.
Yo.
The dream. Alright, so so I made a potion. I made a 3-day potion in the midst of this full moon stuff. I made a 3-day potion.
A dream potion?
Yeah, a dream potion. It's got lavender and catmint and passion flower and valerian root all in there. You know what I mean? And I left it out in the sun. I left it outside for 3 days to sit in the sun and brew that way. And like I took a little sip of it each night and put more water in and keep shaking it. And like I think I had some pretty cool results. Like I think I'm gonna drink maybe half of it tonight or something. But
I like how you're going hardcore with the dream potion.
I know, right?
Awesome. What was the potion? What's the potion made of, Kyle?
Lavender, passion flower, valerian root, and catmint.
Is that some of those things that that other, I forget his name, but the other kid that he was really smart. Actually, I remember this now because this is when I was in
Andrew,
the
I think is his
hospital
name.
actually, Brandon.
Yeah,
Andrew,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
That
Andrew.
actually,
He
yeah,
did
that
tell me
actually was.
about that.
Yeah, I was remembering and hearing that.
That's what sparked me to go out and get so many different things and put them into like teas and stuff. And I was like, you know what? I was like, I got down to like the
Well,
last bit. I got down to the last bit.
Can
What's
I
up?
say something, Kyle?
Yeah.
You just touched a nerve in me.
What's
Because
up, man?
I remember that conversation. I was with you guys in that one. And well, yeah. Maybe I'll tell you guys later because I was with Kyle and Brendon, but don't let me forget that was an important conversation for me. Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead.
I know what you're saying, KJ, and yeah, if you want to talk about it, just you can talk.
Maybe,
about it.
in a little bit. Before I
Yeah.
forget, I just wanted to say, Kyle, thanks for actually saying that. That actually just meant a lot to me.
Yeah, man. Absolutely. You know, I remember I remember that. I think it was after everyone jumped out and it was just us three hanging out. We kept talking for a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, man. I hope everything's going well, and I hope everything continues to get better. I mean, I don't know what's going on right now, but I just there's just a plethora of healing coming your way.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll just give a quick intro to myself since I got my mic off and try to give everybody a contextual understanding here. So long story short about me, I guess, is that I took a hit of LSD when I was 16. It was the first drug I did and the only drug I did for 2.5 years. At 18 and a half, I turned myself into the police, telling them that someone stole my memory, and it happened to be my guru, who I didn't know was my guru at the time. 22 years later, I did all my academic work up to my master's, and then I also continued to study with my guru. Every spiritual tradition, no stone left unturned, so that we can gain the knowledge we need to, walk in those footsteps. And I traveled the world for the last 10 years, and I was in India recently, and I got a phone call that my mom was sick, and came home to help her, and we helped her, and then she got sick again, and she joined the spirit world. And, well, it's funny because no matter how spiritually developed you get, like, that's never going to be an easy reflection. You got to be real, real clear. You got to be real, real on point to figure out the meaning of life and death. And so, I met Brendon like a long time ago through when I was coming back from South America, and had been saved by Eckhart Tolle on different ways, and I was really deep, and I still am deep into sacred geometry, but he was having Charles Gilchrist on his show, and I ended up coming across him that way, and I've always respected him and everything that he's done. And I guess I've just grown to a certain point where I'm ready to come back and to do some work. I actually was in the middle of starting my podcast and my website and everything when I guess I sort of got other things on my plate that I had to deal with. But I am getting back into it, and just being in this hangout again and just being able to connect means a lot. So I'm really stoked that, honestly, I'm stoked for you, Brendon, that you've been doing so well on this path and that everything is unfolding in this way for you. You are a very good light in this world, brother.
Thank you, man.
Okay, no problem. I'm done.
Well, dude, thank you for sharing, like, just everything. And yeah, like, I know the last like month has been very, very like expanding. Like I can use the word challenging, I can use the word sad, I can use the word happy, but ultimately it's expanding is to me.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, like I know, like you don't even need me to tell you this, but like through your experiences, like it's like allowed you to like tap into like a deeper part of yourself, and like allowed you to connect with like more of your higher self.
Yeah. It's forced me to, you know? It's
Yeah,
forced me to.
yeah,
I've never been, I've never been forced on the spiritual path. It was always my choice. And but this is one of those experiences where I think even if you're not a spiritual person, you have to stop and reflect for a moment. I mean, it's so clear that this is one of the most fundamental experiences. The Tibetan Book of the Dead, I was watching the Dalai Lama the other day. I think he said it really well. He's like, look, man, if you got a fucking, a date, are you going to prepare for it? If you've got something to do, are you going to go in there with no notes or just like not even knowing what you're supposed to do or talk about? Like, no, you prepare for things that you know are going to happen if you want to do them well. You practice so that you can do it well. So what's the one thing everybody's going to do, die, that nobody gives a fuck about? Die. So it's like, wake up, practice it, spend your whole life. It doesn't mean you have to be a monk sitting in a cave in the Himalayan mountains, right? It just means you have to be like kind of what Kyle was referring to a moment ago, like trying to be conscious in every moment, present in every moment, wherever you're going, and also what Steve was talking about a second ago. Stephen, Stephen, right? Did I say Stephen? I was talking about the scooter, yeah, and then helping that lady and that seva, right? That service in that moment, and that giving, that compassion. So it's like, I don't know. I realize that like the only thing that's going to make me happy now is giving back to the world spiritually, which is going to help me in a certain way as well. And I got to be honest, Brendon, if it wasn't for you, I don't know if I'd ever get off my ass and begin, because you inspire me, brother.
thank you, man. And I know like we haven't had like you've been messaging me and stuff like that, and yeah, like I know over the coming weeks we're gonna be able to talk some more and brainstorm, because I think yeah, like I can tell like you got a lot to share, and I'm looking forward to being able to like assist you in doing that and collaborating. So thanks again for being here, man. It's really appreciated.
Thank you to everyone, Divine.
Awesome, sweet, man, sweet.
I just want to say props to all the open-heartedness that y'all just gave. So I just want to just be like you, like bravery and open-heartedness, and I just want to honor you for your expression. So KJ, I honor you for your expression.
Yeah, I love the idea that like.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, KJ. Thank you, Michelle. Like, I love the idea that like, like if this was a different era, these conversations like would either not be happening, or they would just like be like very different or something. But like what I'm referring to is like kind of what Michelle just said, like the bravery in like being vulnerable, and just like having that space where it's just like, like we know that that's okay. We don't have to hide from it. We don't have to feel ashamed for being vulnerable, and it allows us to step into that vulnerability like with bravery, again knowing that it's a part of our expansion. So I mean, like through my own experience with the passing of my dog, like through everyone's experience, just like in learning to let go in whatever way, like look at that as an opportunity for you to step into more bravery, for you to like fall in love with like the mystery of the unknown, if that's something that feels appropriate to you. Because I mean, like again, like letting go isn't just about like death. Sometimes letting go is about like a scenario or a way of life or a location or a job or something. But for me, it's just like knowing that there is that joy in the mystery of the unknown, and knowing that like this is like the universe, like it goes back to the idea that the universe isn't here just to make you happy. It's here to evolve your consciousness. And if you can fall in love with that idea, it allows you to just like fully be present in whatever it is you're experiencing, and to like honor yourself in that experience. Yeah. Kyle, did you have your mic open? I'll pass it back to you anyways. So, and yeah, shout out to everyone. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to bring it back and go to the dream stuff. Man, I had a really, really lucid dream. And it was very, very intro, like tutorial style. You know what I mean? And it was like remember back when you were, I don't know, dude. It was just very reminiscent of like something I was used to very much, because I think it made me remember that when I was younger, I used to vivid, like, lucid dream like that all the time or something. And I have I have memories of that now. It's really crazy. So I was in the dream space, just sort of there existing. It was in this dream space, and then it all just changed. It all just changed. Like, everything became much more clear, and everything became much more solid, and you had an actual sense of awareness of physical objects around you. And you were like, it was like, boom, like I landed in, like I landed in, man, and it was like, you land in, and it was like, all right, you've established base connection, you're fully lucid now, you're now in the experience, like, upload complete, you know. And it was like, all right, so this is what it is. And I was like walking around, I was like, this is lucidity, this is what it is to be lucid in a dream. And I was walking around, I was picking stuff up, and then I looked up, and it was almost like I crawled through a vent, but I just sort of reached up and was like, oh yeah, like I remembered something. And I reached up and just sort of used my hands to open that fabric, and I climbed through it and just climbed right out of that space I was in. I was just like in a building, like in a shopping mall or something, or some kind of store. Maybe I was in like the Newark Natural Foods. But I just reached up and I was like, boom, and just pulled back to the reality. And just went, and it was like, through the cosmos. And I just went to other worlds and other places. All these places were familiar. All these places I've been to before. It was like, oh, wow. It was like being completely profounded by the remembrance of something that you once, you know, like, you've been there so many times and everyone knows you, but you're like, wait, what? Who are you? When did we meet? Oh, yeah, yeah. One of those things, like, unlock, it's like, oh, man, you know, you're totally bewildered, but you've always known. It was, like, just very, very streamlined, very intense. It was very awesome. But that's aside from the dream that I saw you in, because that was like part of the lucid part. It was like after I pulled through the fabric of reality and came through that motion, you know, of like interdimensional void space, and you crawl into like this new reality. And dude, we were like in a vehicle or on some kind of carnival ride, and you were lighting fireworks. You were lighting fireworks, like, I don't know, because, you know, it was like a celebration, you know, like your birthday. Because this was this morning. This dream was this morning. So we're like on this carnival ride or vehicle. It didn't really feel like a carnival ride, but it felt like sitting on like, it felt like sitting in a roller coaster, although it was a vehicle and we were going somewhere. Yeah, I was like, dude, you just gotta see this. Like, let me show you. And I was like, fucking with some controls. And you were just lighting fireworks, but there was a sense of it doesn't matter, because like you could light fireworks, you could throw them, and just, you know, like it doesn't matter. But we were in this vehicle, and I was like, check this out. And I was messing with some controls, and we just went like through deep space or something. I don't know. But yeah, that was
Sounds about right.
super awesome.
Dude, that's cool, man. That's cool. Yeah, no, that's awesome. Like that's like a good experience to have logged in your memory banks now, especially since you've like able to experience that so viscerally. So that's cool.
Yeah,
Man.
it was very, very awesome. I was like, I can't wait to like tell Brendon the stream. It was so awesome.
Were we
We were
flying
like,
through space, or was it like on the ground?
no, it was definitely through, but it wasn't like outer space, like out there space. You know, it was like, it was between dimensions. It was like I was showing you the void part of everything. The between, you know, here and here, that little thin veil. It's like we were in a craft.
Dude, we were like going through like a Stargate then.
Yeah, something like that. We were like, yeah, we were in between, basically. We were in the craft moving through the portal. And that would make sense because I've been watching a lot of these videos on portals and
portals,
things,
UFOs.
Yeah, portals and UFOs, so it's like, it would make sense for us to be like driving around. And I've always had a very strong sense of pilot, you know, like, but that's because, you know, the macabre and us, you know, we are the pilot and the architect and all these different things. The one that's in control of building in motion. Building, disassembly, and motion. Kind of like, what was it? There's three things here. Creation, destruction, and perception. Without those three things, you could not have an existence of any kind.
You mean creation, preservance, destruction, yeah?
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, I meant
that's
like
Brahman,
perception.
Vishnu, Shiva.
But perception is, I guess, preservance. That's just something I made up, dude. But perception is because as you perceive, you came pretty close to 5,000-year-old Hinduism. Yeah, dude, look at that.
As a wisdom's eternal, right? As it comes up out of pure experience.
Yeah, man. That's where I get my goods from. One place. Pow!
What, your finger?
No, dude.
Your ceiling fan?
Yeah.
I thought you were pointing to your ceiling fan.
No, that's awesome. So what I was meaning, perception and preservation are pretty much the same thing, because as you perceive it, you're being preserved. You're actually containing that and preserving.
It's interesting. I can see what you're saying. I can see the link that you're making.
Yeah, man.
Sweet.
Like, in other words, it's the idea of like a perceiver right, there's perceiver, the perceived, and the activity of perception, and that functioning would necessarily be a preservance, right? Because there has to be an observer.
Yeah. Otherwise, you can't collapse the wave function.
Say more about that.
Oh, that goes to Schrodinger's cat.
Right. Okay. Yeah. But like, I like what you just said. But I'm just curious. Like, what would it be like if we? That's the combination of wave, light as wave, and particle, right?
Yeah. Well, that also goes back to CERN and the giant LRC, LHC, Large Hadron.
Oh, the halide, the collider.
Yeah, that goes all the way back. Just reroutes it all the way back to that.
Good. Yeah, it's interesting. It's so interesting.
Yeah, man. That's basically on a quantum level when particles are that small, and they use a photon of light as the example. And the whole thing, if anyone doesn't know what Schrodinger's cat is this theory. It's called Schrodinger's cat. It was actually made up by another mathematician. And Schrodinger was the guy who was like, that's such a completely absurd analogy that he did not like it. So that everyone called it Schrodinger's cat, I guess, kind of, a joke or whatever. But basically, when a particle is at that kind of subatomic level, like one photon of light, all right, you can take photons and shoot them at a something it wouldn't be able to go through, but you have two slots, like a solid object, but you have two slots cut into it, vertically like this, and then you shoot these particles at it. And what they've observed is that particles of light and photons will act as a wave and spread out and create a spread out pattern behind it, as opposed to if you were to shoot like pinballs through it and observe these pinballs, and you would be able to see that, there would be two large impact zones behind this target that you're aiming projectiles through. And we can see that the light particle behaves much differently, even though it is still technically a solid object. It is behaving as a wave, and this goes to the fact that you won't be able to see it behaving as a wave, but we can see light acting as a wave because it travels in a wave formation. And though the particle of light, being a photon, can be a physical object, it's so small and it's technically like something different than matter, so it's behaving as a wave because it is a frequency and it vibrates on that kind of level. So Schrodinger's cat was the analogy that if you put a cat into a box and you put a piece of, like something radioactive inside of it, and then you have your meter that reads the radioactive decay, a little bit of poison attached to a hammer. Now, the hammer is attached to the device that reads radioactive decay. So then you put all this into a box, and then you put a cat inside the box, and you seal the box. Now, that cat is existing in two different states of being simultaneously. That's called a quantum state of superposition. It is a quantum phenomenon that actually they recreated and made light. They actually took light and stuck it into a state of quantum superposition. I'll try and find a link for that. But basically what they're saying is, this is the analogy. The cat inside the box is alive and it is dead at the same time because of the fact that what's happening inside the box is not observable. It's blocked to us. So by being inobservable, it is in a state of a wave function because we cannot observe it. We cannot make the final decision on what is happening. So it's in the state of both, quote unquote, a quantum state of superposition that's being alive and dead at the same time.
Yeah.
So now on a particle level, that's a particle like an electron or something behaving as a neutron and a proton at the same time. So that's the
Yeah, like that concept of that concept of like Schrodinger's cat and stuff like that. I'll say something on that just to sort of like parallel it to another thing. Steven, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I was wondering if that came from the double slit experiment.
Yeah,
Does that sound familiar?
Yeah.
He's talking about two experiments, I think.
What?
Is the double slit experiment different than the Schrodinger cat one?
It's based on the same concept.
The double slit experiment is
explaining why the Schrodinger's cat is a thing.
Explaining why Schrodinger's
so
cat is used as an analogy. It's not. They didn't actually put all these things into a box. That's just the joke.
Gotcha.
It's an analogy.
Right.
It's an analogy that a different scientist
Schrodinger's cat is a thought experiment, and the double slit experiment is the light photon or the wave photon thing.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people, again, for some people this is going to be new, so I mean, it's always good to go back to it. For a lot of people, they're going to remember this from the movie What the Bleep Do We Know, which was like a big awakening movie for a lot of people that came out in like 2006. I was just going to say, for me, this concept, and then we'll pass it around some more and get some more introductions since we do have a few new players here. For me, this concept of like, again, like something being both one thing and another thing before the observer observes it, I sort of use this to expand my understanding of how things like tarot readings work, and even how things like fortune cookies work. I always thought this idea that of like thinking of it as like a quantum fortune cookie, where like until you actually crack it open and look inside, like
the paper is blank.
Yeah, like it's neither one thing or another, and therefore it allows it to be exactly the fortune that you are meant to receive. It's sort of like this blank canvas, and then the universe allows it to like put in a message to it. In the same way, like with the tarot card, as long as you don't have the faces facing up and you can't see it, every card is like the same card until you pull the one, and then within that like infinite probability, it allows like the universe to sort of get a message through. And then kind of even in the same way, like you can get into more of the hyperdelic idea of how consciousness works, and you can even observe this within the dream state of like how it literally seems that our thoughts are creating reality, and then within a dream space, and even within this dream space, within this reality, you can get into this idea that if you're like walking down the street and there's a corner, until you walk around the corner, like it's almost as if like that reality hasn't been rendered, like it hasn't been collapsed. It's almost like a video game, like it hasn't like materialized that aspect of it, because it doesn't need to until someone observes it, sort of thing. So I mean, and then again, this goes back into the idea of like, if a tree falls in the woods and no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound? It's just like, if a tree falls in the woods and no one is around to observe it, is it even materialized at all, sort of thing? But then it's just like, but what counts as an observation? Is it just the human consciousness, or is everything an observer? You know, like are every single atoms like mini cameras that observe within this reality? And then like at what point does it decide whose level of observation is collapsing the wave? You know, like, is there an observer inside the box from a quantum level of the idea that every single atom is a black hole and every single atom is like a camera or an eyeball for consciousness to see itself through? So you can sort of get into like some interesting ideas. But again, just bringing it back to, for me, it really helps me understand why tarot card works the way it does, and why fortune cookies potentially work the way it does. But again, you know, think for yourself kind of thing. So that's what I thought. I'll just really open it up if anybody, if that makes sense.
That's a good link, actually.
Why does it make tarot cards work? Because your consciousness is reflecting, like, what?
Okay, so I mean, like, if I have, where's my tarot deck? My tarot deck's right here.
I have one.
Everybody get their tarot decks ready. Again. So I mean, it's just like in this, and we'll do a tarot card reading later in the show too. So again, you know, like within the tarot card reading, like I'm not looking at behind these. I'm only seeing the front, and therefore, if I'm like shuffling them, it allows the idea that like, since I haven't looked at them yet, every single card within this deck is like infinite, is like whatever card it needs to be. And then like within this idea of me just like going like that and taking that, like that allows the universe to turn this card into whatever card it needs to be.
Yeah, I totally thought that before.
So it's
totally.
The way how the universe gets messages to us at the right time, at the right place.
I think so too. Totally. I think that's. I got the High Priestess, which is called the Seeker, and I got the Eight of Bowls, which is about the journey of two beings that are for love, like to the great cosmic love.
Cute.
You know what I mean? Cute.
Super cute.
Super cute Medicine Woman tarot deck.
Yeah, I didn't look at the card. So.
You didn't look at the card?
No.
You're lame.
It's infinite. Hopefully we'll draw it later. I don't want to spoil it.
Alright.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, the quantum stuff is a really important thing to understand, just like in terms of how this reality works. And for me, like, it goes right back into the idea of like dream exploration and multidimensional beings, and our multidimensional being within this nature, all our multidimensional nature within this reality as multidimensional beings. It's so multidimensional. Okay, so let's Kyle, is there anything else that you just want to hit upon? I know. Okay, it's 11. Hold on, it's 11:11 right now. So before we even go any further, let's just all like sink into a moment of breath. So like it's 11:11 on our clock at least. So and again, just reminding everyone that you can use the 11:11 just as an idea, as like a gate to walk through. So whenever you see 11:11 approaching, or you catch 11:11, use that as an opportunity to reflect on the idea of what do you want to walk through that gate carrying, because whatever you're carrying is going to like amplify as you walk through it. So let's just go into our breath just for a moment here and just reflect on your inside what you want to carry through this gate with you. So gentle inhales And just take a couple breaths here. Again, whatever you want to carry through with you. One more good breath. Cool. And then just gently bring yourself back. Cool. Awesome. So yeah, I mean, that's a little micro practice that, I always encourage people to work in.
No,
So.
that's super legit though. It's like that right there is, another thing that's been big for me lately is like follow the synchronicity. And that's like, well, how do you do that? That's something I want to throw into a conscious article or question. It's like,
following the synchronicity.
Follow the synchronicities and follow the deja vu. But how can you do that? Because it doesn't happen until you're in the now, right? You do that by connecting to your future self through massive Jedi training.
Yes.
Now, the big thing is follow the synchronicity and realizing those geometric patterns and gateways to go through.
I totally agree with you, Kyle. Socrates, this is the idea of daimons, which is in the English language is similar to a guiding angel, or what do they call it? An angel that guides you, a guiding angel or whatever. So the daimon, is basically like an archangel almost. So the daimon is a spirit that Socrates often talked about as it would only come to him and tell him what not to do if he was about to do something. So that he follows the synchronicity, but if he's ever about to make a wrong turn, the daimon will say no, and then he'll go a different direction. So so getting back to sort of linking that to what you just said, is the idea of intuition, right? Inner intuition, being in that state of presentness, right? So that you are not clouded by judgments of the mind that are based upon false beliefs, right? So that you're able to read those I call them signposts, but same idea for you, right? Like follow the synchronicity, right? Follow the deja vu, right? Those are signposts for us at all times to guide us on that spiritual path. And it's only when we become sleepy, like with our third eye, or we get off track and we start to lose sight of those synchronistic moments, right? So we stop following them.
That was going to be my next thing, was like, following those synchronicities and the deja vus. It's like, well, your third eye might get tired because it itself, like any other organ, is like a muscle. It might get tired. Like, all right.
Yeah.
You're going too hard, bro. You're going too hard, my man. So it's like, you have to be able to, like, take a breath and rebalance, but still be able to see and focus. By that point, you should be in tune enough to, like, visually see, I guess. It's just like that thing that you put there to remind you. And another big thing that's a part of upcoming quest journals and videos and conscious media, is this whole thing with the shift and the infinite amounts of adjacent realities to us. Like, I've had this idea since I was a very young boy, and now I'm watching videos on physicists and mathematicians who are calculating on quantum computers, how to access that, in the physical world. I'm like, like, that's something that I've always, like, been able to do or whatever. It's kind of weird. And then they were actually getting into, they were like, we've got this down to the point where we know that human beings create antimatter. They're creating and storing antimatter in giant colliders, but we as human beings do that. We create antimatter, and scientists now know how much energy it takes before human beings go completely berserk. You know, it's in that video I sent you that I'm going to relink here in a minute. But for me, it goes to following these synchronicities and going through these different gateways to these different dimensions and through these different worlds. It's almost like, you know, like a big Rubik's Cube sort of moving around you, and you're the like, and now you're up here over in this corner, and you're like, all right, from initial start point here, things are a lot better. Okay, let's keep going this way. As you build your reality, you systematically move through reality. You got to be able to be strong enough to like see those gateways, know where you're going, and move through them. I mean, you're going through different physical realities, though. Like literally, sort of like hopping bodies. It's like when, you know, like when you've done what you have to here, it's like you zip over here, and it's like as long as that's the next progressive stage of dimensional aspect, that's where you want to go. Don't go backwards. I mean, that's kind of the thing. You have to keep working on that until eventually all your downswings are still in the positive as you go from end to end on your spiral out.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know how in-depth the multi-dimensional sort of traveling thing I was talking about.
Yeah, there's definitely more to hit
There's
upon there.
Yeah, that's like, there's a lot of mathematics and stuff involved in that too, but you don't really need that. Your brain does it for you.
Yeah, I just want to hit on just a couple things real quick, and then let's just keep passing around the circle just so we can get everyone to be able to add their voice in here.
Yeah, man. Sorry.
Oh, no, it's good, man. I liked what you were hitting upon there, like the idea of like physical fatigue using the third eye and recognizing it as an actual organ. We sort of overlook that idea, and it is something to sort of keep in mind. You know, a lot of people just like be like, yeah, like open your third eye, activate it, and things like that. But like if you actually do that too much, like you can like strain yourself, sort of thing.
Well, yeah,
so I mean,
man.
like there's an actual there's a practical
I'll say
information
one more
there.
thing and then I'm done, so everyone else can get in here. It's just like working out, dude. If you do 500 push-ups a day and you do that for 5 days, at the end of that 5 days, you can't do 500 push-ups. Like your body will literally shut down on you. Like I've seen men do it. I've seen other men go through it. You know, getting smoked to the point of muscle failure. Your body will shut itself down. And you will not move. And it doesn't matter how much you want to. You know, that is a thing. Our spirit body acts the same way. You know, like our aura can take a lot of like stress and damage. You know, like. But we should be very mindful to put it through as less as we can, and you know, like there are certain exercises we can do to strengthen our energy body that surrounds us. But in the same sense, like you know, like you have to, and the third eye, the pineal gland, the more you activate it, and the more you use it, and the more you think in different ways, and the more your pineal gland is pinging for the universe, you know, and it busts away its calcification and all that shit. Like it's sort of working out and throbbing too, you know, like it's making minute movements inside your head, and that is something, that is an organ that emits a frequency, and it's got to rest, so its frequency gets really, really, really intense, and then you have all this crazy energy, and you have all these tendrils that you can tap in and link to. And it's like, and you use that, and you work it out, and you use that, and you work it out, and then your pineal gland is like, you know, it gets to a point where it's like, all right, dude, this is like really, like a lot and excessive. And it's like, all right, then the tendrils start reverting, you know, and you know, you'll notice, you'll be like, oh man, I feel off today. Like, well, that's because you need to take a break. You need to like go eat some fruit and vegetables and stuff.
Word. Yeah.
Focus on
man.
air.
Yeah, there's a lot to there. I think there would be like a good article on that, on just like like sort of avoiding physical fatigue of the third eye or something like that. Avoiding third eye fatigue. Like, I'm just trying to think of like what could be like a good title for a conscious article there or something like that. So I mean, there could be something there. And again, like I really
We'll work on that.
Yeah, so I mean, with any of the content that we're putting out there, just a reminder for everyone is that if we can bring it back to the practical, I really want to be able to do that as much as we can, opposed to just creating something that's just like really cool ideas, like it sounds super awesome, but it's just like, how do we integrate that? Like how do we like bring that into our day-to-day lives? And finding a way to do that, I think is really useful. So, yeah, and there's stuff I was gonna say about like the multidimensional stuff, like the idea that like in every single moment, it's like we're always like going through we're always like going through like a million different like slices of reality in every single moment, and we're always kind of like shifting into new dimensions at every single moment. But we can talk about that later. I know I mentioned it before, like the idea of like the Mandela effect. Let's save that closer to the end if we want to talk about that, because I know it was something I talked about in like the live broadcast, but we'll save that just as like something fun to talk about. But yeah, I think it's pretty interesting because it gets into like the multidimensional aspects of reality and parallel realities, and whether or not stuff is what it always seems to be. So, so let's keep bouncing things around. I just wanted to say though, KJ, you had your mic open a little bit earlier. Did you want to? If you're
no,
did you wanna...
it's okay. It was a mistake, probably.
Okay, all right, no worries. Okay, cool. So yeah, let's keep passing the talking stick around again in terms of introductions, but at the same time we'll just like make room for just like any free flow conversation as well. And we did have another player, Jenna, has joined the game as well. So welcome, Jenna. Welcome. Did you just want to unmute your microphone and just do an audio check real quick?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sounds perfect. Awesome.
Awesome.
Cool. So yeah, so we have Jenna and Michael Pratt is in the game, and Michael's been in here before, and again Sherman's still here. So between Jenna, Michael, and Sherman, if one of you guys just wants to do a small introduction, a little bit about who you are, where you're from, and like how the shift has been going from your perspective, and any updates that you have to share for the team, how you've been helping shift things, how you've been helping shift paradigms. Jenna, do you want to go?
Sure. I'll be quick, too. My name is Jenna, and I'm from Maryland. And I recently have been trying to undergo a personal shift or transmutation, and just going through that experience, I started doing my own hangouts and chats with people, anybody that I can invite from these chats as well. And I think it's going okay. I'm taking a break from it right now to kind of read and research a lot more on different things and try to put a lot more things into practice on my own level, but I think it's going okay.
Cool, awesome. Well, thanks.
Beautiful.
For the update. Cool. All right. Okay. We'll just keep bouncing through this then. So Sherman or Michael, if one of you guys just wants to do a quick introduction, and then we can just keep bouncing around into some crazy topics as well. Sherman or Michael, who wants to?
Sherman, did you want to go?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but if you can make it louder, that's always a bonus.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can, but
it's low. It's like muffled almost.
Yeah, it's kind of muffled. So.
Hold on a second.
Yeah. Okay. Give Sherman a second here, but yeah, and then Michael can jump in as well. Or unless Michael just wants to go. Or okay, hold on. Okay, Sherman. Try again. Whoa.
Is this any better?
That's
No,
yeah, sort of. It's different.
Oh,
Eating the microphone.
Whoa. It's like.
Okay, so I don't think this is gonna get much better.
No, it's okay.
It's okay now.
Just as long as you're not.
That was better.
Lower the volume a bit.
Yeah, just as long as it's not like super inside your mouth, I think it's okay.
Okay, so you guys can hear me.
Yeah.
Did we ever? Is it my introduction, or are we just saying, our piece?
Yeah, introduction, just like who you are, where you're from, and like how the shift has been going from your end, and maybe any projects or any intentions that you have going into the future.
All right. Hi, guys. My name is Sherman. I am a seeker, a shifter, a uh, old school master. I don't know.
Sure, that's like okay. Now it's like extra loud, so I'm just gonna ask you just like
Okay. All right.
stand on the
Cool.
other side of the room or something.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Like, is this tolerable? Is this cool?
I think so. Yeah, yeah, it's okay.
So bad. Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's
guys.
good. That's good.
Make it brief. My name is Sherman. Try not to be extra loud. Um, I live in Maryland. The shift has totally been happening for me in a multitude of ways. It's currently, ever changing, ever flowing, ever going, and I'm just trying to ride the wave along with it. Intentions I'm setting out for, I guess, the future would be to, I don't know, help awaken, the fellow sleepers, I guess, and that would be it.
Cool, sweet man, awesome. Well, welcome back.
Beautiful.
And, yeah, let's. Okay, so this is good. We're almost through the introductions then. So, Michael, do you want to do a quick introduction? Who you are, where you're from, what's new and shifty on your end?
Oh, certainly.
And if you can just your microphone's sometimes a little low, so I'm just gonna try boosting you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it could be louder, but yeah, just if you just speak up, I think it'll be okay.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Okay. Well, my name is Michael Pratt, and just kind of like a little.
Oh, did Michael just drop out? Okay, that was weird.
Oh, Michael.
I think we lost him.
Team
Michael's a
Rocket
really
got him.
good character.
Yeah, he'll be back. He's back.
There he is.
Okay.
Whoops.
Hold the space
Okay.
I don't
for
know
him.
what happened.
Yeah, I don't know. Hit a button maybe.
Yo,
Okay.
Mike,
Go.
All right.
So yeah,
little
just.
introduction. This is my name, and I like good.
I like
You know,
bananas and
like-
apples.
Like my name is Michael. I like turtles.
I like turtles.
Yeah.
Wait. Like just like a little introduction, right?
Yeah, just like who you are, where you're from, and like how either just like some of the things you're interested in, or anything you feel you want to share with in terms of introduction.
How you feel connected to the paradigm shift, and why you are interested in it, and connecting with the like-minded individuals that you have met.
All that in less than 10 words.
Okay, well, yeah.
No, it's okay.
Definitely less.
Go ahead.
Uh,
And again, if you can
not
just
like-
try speaking up, like I'm trying
Okay,
to
how
adjust
about
yours
now?
manually. I guess so. Yours is always
that
like
loud
the
enough?
lowest microphone sometimes, so I try to adjust it. But go ahead.
How about
It's
now?
like, yeah, it's probably as good as it's gonna get. So
Okay.
it's okay.
How about now?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Well, my name is Michael Pratt, and basically, I'm certified in a range of different modalities. I stay in Austin, Texas. Um, the the range of different modalities is I was certified in as a Reiki master under the Ushe system, which is probably what most people are familiar with when they think of Reiki. Um, I also am certified as an instructor in Qigong, as well as certified in pranic healing. So I have these different modalities, and what I do, and I'm also currently going to college and studying psychology. So it's really a range of things that I practice, as well as I've done like a lot of study in Tantra and stuff like that. Kind of the Western, Eastern mystery traditions. So that's
Prana
kinda,
is life force, right? So pranic healing is like what? Breathing healing?
it's it can work in different ways. There are different types of prana. Like there's prana in the ground that you can absorb from the ground, which is ground prana. So that can work as far as an aid to like certain things within the body, and then there's like air prana, which you can just, you know, kind of breathe in. So, but yeah, so there's basically different modalities, anything really to do with energy. That's really what a lot of my focus is, as well as practices to help benefit the mind, body, and spirit. And if we can't get the spirit, then at least the mind and body, you know. So that's really kind of my what I do.
Cool. Sweet, man. Well, awesome. Welcome back.
I try to bring magic to the world in the most in the ways that it will appear in this world, I guess.
Right. Reveal that which is to explain some cases.
Yeah, like if there's something that says, you know, even in a magic book, it says, you know, this may sound magical, but it's not gonna appear magical. And what I do is I like try to force it to appear magical, because that's what I try to bring to the world, is the magic.
Bring the magic.
Yeah.
Sweet. Awesome. Okay. Well, Michael, thank you again, and welcome back.
Oh, you're welcome.
Sweet guys. Okay, so at this point, let's just sort of take a moment to recap. We got a few players, we got a few shifters within the game right now, within this broadcast. Everyone's in the game right now, everyone listening to this. So again, we got myself, Brendon, aka Skull Babylon, we got Alina, we got Steve, we got Jenna, we got Kyle, we got Michael, we got Michelle, we got Sherman, and we got KJ. And so again, moving forward, guys, I just want to be able to use this as a place to continue to practice talking about the metaphysical, the spirituality, the media, the community, the conscious evolution, anything that you guys want to continue to talk about. We're going to put a cap on this. We're going to say that we're not going to go past 1 a.m., so that gives us another 90 minutes, and we're going to end with we'll end with a tarot draw and a short meditation, and I'm putting out the invitation for anybody here who feels called to do a short guided meditation. You guys can totally do that. It doesn't have to be me, and even with the tarot draw, I mean, I got the tarot deck, but I know Michelle has one as well, and so maybe if she's awake by then, we can. She won't be awake by then. Well, so we'll do a tarot draw with whoever has the tarot deck in.
I have a deck.
Sweet, Kyle's got a deck. Okay, so if Kyle wants to do it, then we can do it. So with that said, guys, just before we just like get into the inspirational conversation, I know there's a few other things that we want to talk about. I'll even go back and I just want to talk about my personal experience with when I was walking my dog across the Rainbow Bridge, and a bit about my dream, as I was talking about earlier when I first introduced myself. Before we do that, though, I just want to cover some bases, and again, just reminding people that they can go to the main ParadigmShiftCentral.com website and check out a lot of the conscious media that's being produced by members in the community, and always reminding you guys to read and share the ones that inspire you, and of course to sign up on the website to be able to create your own conscious media, to use the website as a platform. And of course, some of the main things that you want to check out on the website are the team map, which is also the community index, and find other shifters near you. That's like one of the shift missions that you can have, is to like find and connect with other shifters near you. And when you sign up for the website, that will also add you to the team map. It's something I'm manually having to update, so if you're not on the map and you've signed up yet, it's just a matter of time until we get all the information manually added. In terms of stats, we currently have over 350 people who have created profiles on the website, so congratulations, because that's like freaking awesome to see that many people interested in and stepping into this project and hearing the call of being that light guardian, of being that conscious media creator, and being a community leader as well. So I'm really excited to know that that's like where things are at. And of course, just checking in with the team Patreon, the team crowdfunding that we have. I just want to give a huge shout out to you guys, because things are moving along nicely with that. As you know, we have the regular monthly objective of going up by 100 within each month, and this is July 21st, so nearing the end of July, we're aiming towards 700, and we are currently at 652, and that's 101 Patreon supporters, and that's like a huge thing that is really going to continue continue to allow this community to evolve. And of course, if people want to be able to sign up for that, which is highly encouraged and highly recommended, and you can do that through patreon.com/Brendon Culliton, and also anywhere on the main website, just scroll down to the bottom of the page, or you'll see the link for the Join the Monthly Support Squad, and that will link you to the Patreon. And when you sign up for there, the asking donations, as the basic idea is that when you sign up for, even like, we want to get people signing up for micro donations. So rather than signing up for $30 a month, if you can do that, that's totally cool. It's awesome, and we, you know, just like so grateful for it. But we really want to be able to like do something that's realistic for people. So what we ask of is something as little as $3 a month or $5 a month. And when you sign up for $3 or $5, that gets you the Shifter Booster Kit, which comes with as many shift buttons as you ask for. Again, the symbolic buttons that have the Eye of Ra, the sacred geometry, and all those cool things that link people back into the main website and the real world quest items to be able to use to help connect with people where you are, to be able to plant seeds and invite them back to this real world interactive game. So that's one of the ways how you play the game, is by using the quest items. It's kind of like Pokemon, where you like have your Pokeballs, but here we have like our shift buttons, and then you like give shift buttons to people, you like throw them at people basically, and then you like invite them to the game, and that's like basically the exact same thing. So it's really cool to see that like Pokemon's becoming popular in terms of that real world gamification, and to know that that's like what we're working with as well, when we're like, the reward that we're getting out of this is knowing the difference that we're making in other people's past, like by allowing to be mirrors, by allowing to like help them step into more of who they are, even if it's just by inviting them to connect with this project. And then, you know, they get involved, they come out, they sync up with these broadcasts, they end up sharing their media, and it inspires them. So it's that idea of create, inspire, evolve. That's kind of the tagline that we have for this community. So again, I just want to give a huge shout out. Thank you so much to everyone signed up for the team Patreon. And the shift buttons, the shift buttons and the Shifter Booster Kits, those are going out as soon as possible. They are going out on a regular basis, and they're just going to continue to go out within my ability to produce them and send them out, and within the funds available. One of the things that I want to mention to you guys is a little bit of like motivation towards our ongoing crowdfunding, is that once we get up to 1,000 within the crowdfunding, we're going to have a pretty much unlimited supply of free shift buttons for people in the community. So we're going to have like a shift button pool, so people can literally go on the website and they'll be able to like say like, hey, I need like 15 shift buttons, and like they won't have to pay for it, and they'll go to the website and they'll click a few buttons, and then we'll be able to send it to them. So it's like really, really cool in that way, that through our micro contributions, it's allowing the entire community to be able to step into that place of fruition. So when we all give a little, we all get a lot. So huge shout out to everyone who signed up for that, and much love. And that is like the hack that allows this to work. And again, those funds also go into lots of other things related to the project. It goes into supporting the behind the scenes, it goes into supporting the promotion of your featured content, and it goes to just be able to help continue this project to evolve, including tech upgrades, supporting the Paradigm Shift movies, the Journey to Lucidity movies, and even the the Paradigm Shift Love Tour, which will be something we'll talk more about in the future as well. So again, much love and thank you. And for everyone who's like listening to this in the future, and you're listening to this, and again, you know, you get something out of these, then please sign up when you can, and to support one of your favorite conscious projects out there. So much love, guys. So with that said, again, I just want to encourage you guys to please feel free to use the website to share your quest journals, and if you do have any questions about creating your quest journals, that's what I'm here to do, as well as some other people as they become familiar. Part of the way how you play this game is by learning how to create conscious media. So when you create a quest journal, I'm going to check in with you, and I'm going to let you know if there's like anything that we want to tweak, and help you sort of get in more of like the habit of finding out and discovering what makes a good quest journal, or what makes a good conscious article. And that could be related to the formatting, that can be related to the title, that can be related to embedding things, and you'll continue to learn it as we continue to do it. And again, it's just like that idea of practice. So I'm really happy with how things are going, and again, you know, the next few months are going to be very exciting for this project, and a lot of people are taking notice of it, and I think it's really cool what we got going on here. So again, thanks for being a part of it, guys. So with that said, I just want to go back into what I was talking about earlier, about my own personal experience. and this is something I'm going to be making a quest journal of, specifically is like my experience with the passing of my dog Shelby within this last week, which again, you know, for those of you who tuned in early in the show, like happened on my birthday, and that was all very synchronistic, and it was the full moon as well. And yeah, I'm going to create a quest journal about that because I'm going to create like another video. I did post a video earlier today, and that was like my birthday sunrise video, and it mentioned Shelby, but I'm going to do like a short, like sort of mini video that's kind of like a video of like Shelby's journey, a farewell to a friend kind of thing, personally, and that's like something that I'm creating as part of my healing as well. You know, like I like the idea of being able to do that, to be able to create a piece of media that sort of like reflects what that person was and being able to share it. And those of you who are familiar, I've actually done this before with our good friend Phoenix, actually. Many of you are familiar with this, like Phoenix, who was in the conscious community. He passed quite a few years ago, like 3 years ago at least. And I made a video, and it was just like this really cool video of like him doing a voiceover to him dancing with like these like I don't know what the proper term is, but there's sort of like, it's just like fabric and stuff like that, and it was really beautiful. What is it, Michelle?
Prayer flags. They were like flags.
The flags, yeah. So again, you know, like that is another example of just like that video, and that sharing that was like something that was very healing for other people, and now they can go back to that, and just by watching that video, it like taps them into that energy of Phoenix. And even every now and then I go back and I watch that video, and again, that video is on my YouTube, youtube.com/SkullBabylon, and if you look up Transformation of Phoenix, you'll be able to find it, though Phoenix is spelled differently from how you normally spell Phoenix.
And you happened to, just to interrupt for a second, you happened to use a song that I was listening to like nonstop at the time, and that was like trippy, as I was like, you used that song, that's amazing.
Yeah.
For like 2 weeks I had been like, taking control of the elements.
Yeah, totally.
So
yes. So again, you know, it's really interesting when we do something like that, when we create conscious media with someone who has passed on, like they speak through you. They literally like come through you, and they're just like, here, like let me help you edit this sort of thing. And I've experienced that before, not just with Phoenix. There's a whole nother, like, I mean, you guys probably, you know, like you hear like the idea like I'm like an award-winning filmmaker. The film that I made that was award-winning was a film that was about death. Like it was about a person who had passed on, and so that entire experience of me editing that was a very spiritual experience. Just as a side note, for anybody interested in that, Google "If I Should Fall" or ifishouldfall.com for anybody interested, and they can check that out. But I won't talk about it right now. But basically, so what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to create a quest journal about Shelby's experience, and I'll talk about this in it. But one of the things I just wanted to share, again, you know, like within within the moment of him passing, it was a very psychedelic experience, and what I actually did, and I want to be able to share this because maybe it will just give an idea for somebody else who might be going through something similar. But basically, at the moment that it happened, I made the choice to put on music, and I put on the song "Great Spirit" by Nako, Medicine for the People, and this was like, it was only something that I decided almost moments before it happened. And basically, like within the moment, you know, like we had a vet come and you know, they give him the needle and they give him the injection and stuff like that. But I was like literally like hugging him during the entire time. But as I was doing it, I was approaching it as like a very shamanic process. You know, like I was understanding again, you know, like through my own spiritual ideas and everything, that death isn't just like, oh, you just go to sleep and that's it. It's similar to that, but it's also this like transcendental experience, and you know, when you talk about humans with near-death experience, you get into this idea of this release of DMT within the brain. And so like I wanted to honor Shelby going through that moment in the same way, you know, like it took me back to my own experience doing like 5 grams of sacred mushrooms, which is, again, you know, a video on my YouTube and available through the Patreon as an exclusive thing. But like within there, like I really wanted to be able to like hold that space for him and treat him as like a soul, treat him as like, you know, like really seeing this as like his graduation, as is like a very important thing for him. And yeah, I was just hugging him and I was just like petting him. And one of the things that I did is that I actually had like a crystal And this is a crystal right here, and this is a crystal that he wore around his collar for quite a while, leading up to like his final days and stuff like that. Or not on within his final days, but because we had to change his collars, but he wore it for like a really long time. So this crystal was like really charged with his energy. And then I like had this crystal, and I was like, it's got like a keychain latch, so I had it on my hand, so I was like petting him like this, and I had it like right on his like forehead in the moment that he passed. So like within this idea, symbolic as it were, what basically I did is I had it on his forehead so that like you get into the idea of the soul leaving the body. It would kind of like go up through the third eye kind of thing. So I had this idea of like the soul kind of like going through like the crystal in some way. And again, you know, whether it was or whether it wasn't, for me that was my intention. That was the story that I was creating in that moment. And then like now like I carry this crystal with me, and like this crystal is like encoded with the idea of like this is like connecting me to Shelby, and so like I wear it like on my waist. I sort of like, you know, I don't just wear it as a necklace. I can attach this to my belt buckle sort of thing, so I can like have him like on my hip, like even when I'm like walking around in the day. So again, you know, it's very symbolic for me. And as I was like leading up to the time when he was passing and stuff like that, I kept putting out this intention that, you know, I wanted to be able to meet him in the dream space, and not just wanted to, but like I had the intention to, and because I knew it was possible, in the same way that we can meet up with like any person who has passed on within the dream space. And so like in that moment that he passed on, again, it was just very powerful. Like I was crying, obviously, and it was just, the best way I can describe it was like it was beautiful. Like it was so beautiful. And like that was like, again, you know, like doing that on my birthday, like that was like what I asked for, as hard as that was. And it was just like it was so beautiful. It was so like exactly how I could have imagined it. And just being able to like literally hug him, and hugging him like in his final moments and stuff like that was just so powerful for me as a soul, to see how I showed up in that moment. I think was also really powerful for me to see like what I just like did intuitively, was also just like a really important thing for me. And again, like that's where animals do that. They call us into that place of compassion, and you know, the animals are just like, you know, like, hey, it's my time, like will you hold me? And some people may be like, I don't know, you know, I'm not fully comfortable with this. And then like other people would be like, yes, I will, you know, like I will be there for you, my friend. And so like animals are such beautiful teachers, and that's why they're here, I feel, is to like bring us into that like more heart opening space. So the experience was beautiful, and again, I just want to give a shout out to the community for all their support. And you know, it's unusual for people to post about stuff like their animals dying on Instagram and stuff like that leading into it, and I wanted to do that, to be able to share that experience, to alleviate some of the taboo on death, to bring that spiritual perspective into it, and to use it as an opportunity for others to heal as well. And I know like we did like a live broadcast with Shelby, and again, you know, it was on my birthday, so people are like, happy birthday, and we love you, Shelby. And it was just like this such mix of emotions. It was like highs and lows all in one, and it was celebration and sadness all in one, and it was so special. And again, you know, like now every time I have a birthday, I'm gonna like have that connection with Shelby as well. And again, you know, like him being the wolf teacher was like such a very, like, that's like a powerful theme in itself too, having him as like a wolf totem within my life, a wolf teacher. And so just the last thing I'll just say here, and then we'll just pass it around, and anybody who wants to like share any other experiences related to this or any other ideas that come up. So earlier today, like I was making the video of my birthday video, of like the sunrise video, and I talk about Shelby in it, 'cause, you know, I say like it's my birthday and this is what's happening ... and I'm like crying in the video, but I basically get into the idea that like it's okay to cry, it's okay to like be, you know, expressing these emotions, it's okay. And you know, even already people have commented and they just said, you know, like this is really important for people to see this, and like I want to share this with friends because I think other people would benefit from that, because like all too often society tells us that like no, crying is shameful, crying is like something you have to keep to yourself, don't share it, like, you know, hide it sort of thing. Meanwhile, here I am just like that's like now at this point that's like a recurring theme for me, is like the ability to like share myself crying on camera. And I feel like as a Cancerian, it's like naturally just like something that I feel is like part of my teachings that I'm putting forward, because Cancerians are very emotionally in tune, and being the water element and being like the moon element, it's very like we are just, you know, every astrological sign like sort of has like an intuitive aspect to the characteristics of their nature. Cancerians are very emotionally oriented, so I feel that's my teachings that I'm bringing forward as a Cancerian, to like reflect on the importance of connecting with our emotions in the same way that any other astrological sign will be able to bring forward their specific teachings, though knowing we are all the astrological signs at the same time. So what I did is that I made this video, and again, you know, like I went and I took a nap, and every time that I've been going to sleep, I'm going to sleep with this crystal in my hand like this, so I like have it so it doesn't fall off, and I just go to sleep with that. And, you know, like as I'm falling asleep, I'm like literally like imagining Shelby, and I'm just sort of bringing it into my imagination. And even just before I fall asleep, just by imagining him, it's very visceral. You know, I can really feel that texture. And this is what we've been practicing through all of this paradigm shifty stuff related to the dream class, related to our global meditations. It's really bringing in that visceralness through our meditations. And for me, it was just like, wow, I was actually impressed with how real it felt, you know, just not even when I was asleep, but just by thinking about him and closing my eyes and thinking about petting him, I was like, it felt real, you know, like it was tapping into that realness. And then basically I fell asleep, and there was a nap, so that kind of made my potential for lucidity a little bit more. And then, yeah, like basically I had a moment in my dream where like I was in that space where like I was literally like, it was just kind of like outside my room. It's like it took place like right over there, and like Shelby was there, and like I was just like petting him, and I was just like in that space with him, and he was like a little bit younger. He wasn't super old, and he was like walking around again. And then we kind of like walked into another room, and I was just petting him, and he like lied down, and it was just like, it was a really natural moment. I wasn't fully lucid, but I was still like, it was weird because I felt like I kind of like half awoke before it happened, and then I started intentionally imagining it, and then I like fell asleep into that imagination. And then I sort of had to check in. I was like, wait, like did I dream that, or did I just like imagine that? But like and again, you know, it's very like kind of one and the same, but the thing that confirmed for me that I dreamt it was the idea that like in my mind, whereas like if I just go to sleep and I'm just imagining it, I don't get that visual presentation of what's in front of me. Whereas like now, like my experience with what I had when I was asleep, there's a visual recognition. Like I saw it, like my as if my eyes were there, like my eyes were open, whereas opposed to just like being on my bed and closing my eyes, you know, it's like everything's black, and you're kind of seeing it in your mind's eye and you're feeling it, but you don't get that. It's not like you're like watching it like a TV screen in front of you. Whereas like with this, my memory is now associated with what I saw, which to me like reflects the idea that like I wasn't just imagining it, quote unquote, I was dreaming it. And if I was dreaming it, then that means that like I was actually there. And that's the idea, is that like it's like calling in his energy, and whether it was just like a reflection of him, whether it was him, it was still an aspect of him. It was still like an energy pattern that was him. And so again, like that was very special. Again, especially since I was like literally like I worked on that video, I rendered it, I went to sleep, I had that intention, and then I had that dream. And I was like, wow, you know, like it happened. It already happened. It was only like 3 days later, and it already happened. And I was just like, for me, it was very, very special, and it sort of goes into this idea of just like being able to do that again and continuing to put my intentions into my dream. And it's just like goes back to this idea, is like, yeah, we can be sad when someone leaves the physical, but what happens when we're so conscious where it's just like, hey, like if I actually want to go see them again, I actually have that option. Like what happens when we actually open up that doorway to ourselves, when things become so multidimensional, where it's just like, oh yeah, like my friend who like passed away, like I can actually see them again, and all I have to do is like go to sleep, quote unquote, aka go into that astral plane and find them there and connect with them there, and so it was just really powerful. KJ,
hey,
go
Brendon,
ahead.
can I ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead, dude.
Yeah. Well, this is probably a long discussion, but you know, just to get it on the table before I forget. You know, I'm thinking like, okay, so it's like, I'm trying to work this out, see if this makes sense, see if you can follow me here. It's like, okay, we are not our body, right? So we are not our body. Let's say that we are soul or spirit, the immaterial aspect, right? So So we never see physically a person. We never see that. We never see them, like the manifestation, the representation of them in this physical realm is the body, right? But their spirit is going to be in that immaterial realm. So now that's this waking world. Okay, now dream world, it's like even another level closer, another level analogically moved back, so that, like, if I encounter you in this world, I encounter your body, but then I make a backwards movement to your soul. But that's really what I'm encountering. But when you if I meet you in my dream, you're already bodiless, but it's like you're manifesting as a body in the dream. But it's like, it's hard. It's gonna take me some time to work this out. But it's like it's I can see it in my mind, but I gotta find the right language for it. But it's I guess my main question I'm trying to figure out is, like, what are we encountering in the dream? What does it mean? Like, because I'm thinking, of course, about my mom. You're thinking about Shelby, and when we encounter that energy, when we encounter that manifestation, you know, also the idea of dropping the ego, right? I mean, it's like, what does it mean to like encounter a purely divine state of being, but then yet still have a manifestation in a physical body as if there's an ego? You know what I mean? I got some questions to work out, but I'm really trying to figure out, like, what's the main difference between me meeting a body in this physical world that has a spirit within it versus me meeting a body within the spiritual world that is a spirit within a body within a body? I don't know. We can definitely talk about it more as we cruise along throughout the months, but it's something I really am curious about, like the idea of vision, because I'm working on the idea of vision in Plato's Republic, Book 6 right now, as a model for the ultimate nature of reality, which in it goes back to the good, the idea of the good, and it's basically leading into the allegory of the cave, right? The divided line and the golden section and all that stuff. So, like, I'm trying to figure out, like, what is it that we are encountering? Because I'll share a lot with you about dreams in a different talk some other time, but, like, because I've said this before, right? Like, it's an out-of-body experience to begin with, a dream. So it's like we're in an out-of-body experience, encountering, like, what appears to be clearly they're manifestations of energy within symbolic representations. It's like somehow still needing to get beyond that. I don't know, because the way that dreams function. So this is one thing I've always actually, if anybody else has anything to say, feel free to cut me off because I can talk forever on this. But this is one thing I've often tried to figure out in connection with a couple things, because, like, where I come from, the way we talk about dreams is very like this. There's the dream master. You could say, like, the all-seeing, all-knowing consciousness that never sleeps, is always awake, knows exactly what is beneficial for our spiritual development at all times, both past, present, and future. And so at all times, the dream master masterfully crafts the dream to give us the symbolic message that we need to figure out in order to continue our spiritual development. And it can be in the form of something we've overlooked, or it can be something in the form of something we haven't given ourselves credit for. So whichever one we're doing in our waking world is the way the dream master will pick it up. Now, like, so in this way, they are metaphors. They are analogical metaphors to be understood as symbolic symbols, such as states of mind. So the first question we would ask is, like, when you meet Shelby in the dream, what is it like? What's the state of mind? And then we take that state of mind and then we look at that state of mind in the waking world, and then also all the way back through life. And then we try to play out the functional role of that state of mind and why it's symbolically being represented in Shelby's form in the dream. So, yeah, and then I'll.
Oh, are you still there? I'm not sure if it crashed. Okay.
No.
Okay. KJ, I think he just had a little bit of a glitch, and I do want to just like respond to him. Before we do that, though, I just want to give a chance because Michelle's actually heading out, and we'll just give her a chance to say goodbye, opposed to waiting like 30 minutes and having her fall asleep live on camera. So Michelle, thanks for joining in. And like, is there anything you would just want to share? Like, 'cause I mean, I'm curious to ask you, like, even with you have your ally, you have your familiar, your cat there as well. Is there anything you want to just mention just on like the role of animals as teachers?
Yeah, well, wow, that's a beautiful question. The role of animals as teachers. You know, I had a very sacred experience that I'll share with Seek. I'm staying in a girlfriend's apartment intermittent from when I left my house, and my cat's going to stay with my mom while I go on the road. And I had a 3-week segue where I was wondering, do I want the responsibility of my cat? And my mind said, but then instead of leaving from north, like going north, I have to go back down to Fort Lauderdale, you know, and then come back up. So that doesn't make sense. That's an extra 6 hours to like have your cat with you for 3 weeks. That doesn't, you know, logically, no sense. I meditated, I sat down because I really painstakingly over every decision I make, and my heart was just like, bring the cat, bring the cat, bring the cat. I bring the cat here, the cat freaks out for like 3 days, and I'm like, I shouldn't have brought the cat, I shouldn't have brought the cat. Let me guys tell you, like with the emotional highs and lows, I am so freaking glad the cat is here. When Brendon was telling the story, I'm like holding my animal, honoring, like how you were talking about, like the honoring. And I'll just real quick, man, the shamanic, like you stepping in, I know what it is to do to be an intuitive healer. And so as you were talking about that, the story, it's such grace when we're called, and it's like the guides move through us, and we're doing things that we know from like other lives, and we're just like, we're stewards of like energy, and you're doing this, and that's such a big, and you said it's like your 29th birthday, right? Yeah, so it's like your Saturn return. Like this is like an epic shift for you, for like to be the sharing, the vulnerability, the crying. Something that I loved in your video that I happened to see was that you were crying, and you were talking about how crying, it was emotional expression as liberation. It wasn't sadness and it wasn't mopey. It was a emotional release, and there was freedom in it. It wasn't like woe is meanness. It was like, this is like an expression of energy. And you said specifically, like, crying doesn't have to be sad. And I love that but at the same time, while I was watching that video, I felt like I was a steward vibrationally for what that energy was moving through you, because grief, which I didn't make a video about when I was going through because it was like too heavy, but like grief, like moving that, passing that emotion, the more you clear out of that, the more joy that you get to expand. So we can have a whole nother conversation about that. But it's all energy and it moves. And so that was really beautiful. And like everybody that you touched, I know Kyle, the same thing, like pillars were holding space for you and for the transition, I want to say, of your dog, but it's actually like bigger than that. It's just like the energy of collective, like the dance of life. That's what it is. It's like this bigger expression of like the cycle, and like us witnessing that and being present to that, versus what our society has taught us, which is like to hide it and like to not, like you said, it's a taboo, like to not talk about it or to not cry. It's like, let's like be present with, like, it's just sex, you know, death, you know, everything like that. That's like actually what life is about. It's cool that we're on the team of consciousness that is like making people talk about that and bring it forward. So yeah, let's pass it to Alina, and I will head out, and that would be awesome. And the ladies can take off, and the men can close shop. So
it was
right
nice
on.
meeting you, Michelle.
Blessings, KJ.
Thank you, Michelle.
KJ, you're a jhana yogi, I think.
You know, we'll talk about that next time we talk.
Cool. I'll stay for Alina's goodbye, and then I'll head out. I love you guys so much, and Brendon, honor you for sure.
Thank you, Michelle. Awesome. And Alina, we'll pass over to you since I know you have to head out. So go ahead.
Okay. Well, good night, you guys. It was just, I feel so thankful to have been able to talk to you guys and to have found out about this, you know, months back, and to be able to feel so welcome back. And you guys, truly, just talking with you guys really inspires me to, you know, be more, what's the word? I'm trying to think of the word. But it really inspires me to have more of a level of accountability, and it reminds me that we're all on this mission together. Like, thank you so much for facilitating all of this. You know, it's so beautiful. Anyway, okay, that's it.
Awesome.
Yeah, group energy is really powerful.
Totally, totally. I'll just say for you guys, just while you're here, just and again for everyone, you know, with this project, a big thing that I'm realizing more and more myself is that this project, like these meetings, these broadcasts, these videos, they're inspiring each of us to carry the shift with us. Like that is like something we're reflecting on. Is like, how do we carry the shift with us in our everyday lives? You know, so I see you guys doing that, and yeah, I think it's a very powerful thing because again, it brings other people into that invitation for them to do that as well, and that's the future, right? Like when everyone's carrying the shift and bringing it to like being that light that reaches into like every aspect, every nook and cranny, every like corner of darkness out there. That's how we reach those aspects of darkness, by like each one of us carrying it. So carrying
Push
the light.
that scooter up the hill, right?
Push that
Right,
scooter up the hill. Right, Steve? Cool.
All right, man. Blessings to
Okay.
everybody. Good night.
Love you guys. Sweet dreams. We'll see you at the Dream Tree.
Bye.
Sweet. Okay, so there were some things that Michelle said there that I could definitely hit upon. I mean, yeah, again, you know, like just, I mean, there was even a moment, like, I just want to go back to sort of like the shamanic process of like even just with Shelby, where I was like also like even before it happened, there was like a moment where I was just like petting him and like singing to him. Which I was kind of like doing just like not even with words, but just kind of like a vocal tonation sort of thing. And I just like encourage people to sort of do that with their animals, just to like sing to their animals, like not even just like when they're dying or anything, but just at any point. It's just sort of a little idea to put out there because I know they appreciate it as well.
Can I jump in really quick?
Sure, man. Go ahead. I know, KJ, we can get back to stuff that you were asking as well. We still got time.
No, it's okay. I mean, it's gonna be a long talk for us over many months, but I just wanted to throw it in there before I had forgotten.
Because I did sort of, yeah, it was making me think. So, but yes, Sherman, go ahead. Let's just bounce around with some ideas, see where this takes us.
Okay. Well, I hope my mic is better, but no. Oh, great. Okay. I just think it's really interesting, Brendon, what you were saying. I think. Talking about, you know, the created space and just when you allow yourself to be not necessarily that vulnerable, but that open and that expressive, it's really interesting, I feel like, to see what comes out. Like, I wonder how in tune you were to the fact that you were singing to your dog. Do you know what I mean? Like, when you get into a mode where you're just kind of responding to, like, you're just going with, like, what feels natural, right? Then you were compelled, you were moved to sing, you know, and you weren't necessarily through words. I feel like it was just, I feel like that in of itself, that's pretty powerful, just because when you're receptive to, you know, actually being and moving and flowing in the moment, you just seeing how it expresses itself naturally is something that is very powerful and quite beautiful. That was it. It just made me think of that. That was all.
Yeah, no, yeah, totally. Like, again, it's really interesting to sort of, in scenarios, in any scenario where we can almost like witness ourselves as an observer of our actions, and we're just like, whoa, you know, like that was me doing that, but it was like more than me, you know. It's kind of like allowing the universe to like come through you and to experience itself through you, sort of thing. Totally. So yeah, cool. Yeah. Okay. So let's keep bouncing around on some ideas. Does anybody else have any thoughts and comments? You know, just again, you know, like related to the taboo of death, related to the taboo of just like expressing ourselves emotionally. You know, like I just want to be able to give you guys a space to express yourselves as well. KJ, did you want to?
Yeah, just the whole thing about the taboo of death. I've been dealing with this a lot recently. You know. Jeez, man. It's like the Tibetan Book of the Dead, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, Plato's Phaedo, you know, like shamanic traditions, you know, wisdom traditions from all over the world. Every single one of them primarily focuses on death, because that's what happens. That's the whole point. We're going to go through that transition. Somehow in our culture, you know, obviously somehow from the Catholic Church and organized religion, they've somehow usurped it into like this weird false cultural belief where it's like, yeah, we walk around in a daze of like consumerism and materialism and sort of don't focus on the fact that of what's going to happen and prepare ourselves spiritually. Instead, they just say like, "Oh, believe and be saved," and then you go fucking murder people all week and just come to church on Sunday and you'll get to heaven. It's like, no, dude, wake up. You have to, it's a cultural problem. It's systemic within Western civilization, and until we get back to a culture that is similar to like the Tibetan Book of the Dead, right? Which it's the great book of liberation, right? It's not the Book of the Dead, it's the Book of Liberation. Then we start to change the way that we're thinking culturally, and we would gear ourselves more towards a spiritual culture. But look at modern man. We've got consumerism, science, science. The even though science is spirituality, a lot of people try to separate them, and you've got consumerism, materialism, and all these things that are problem with modern man. It's got to be a cultural change as well as the inner change, right? And we have to make the inner change, but we got to see it on double levels.
I totally feel that. I feel like that's super, super interesting. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe, like, when it came to the Egyptians, right, they were more so excited about the after adventure and or
Totally.
death, than they were life. And I find that
Totally.
so interesting when you're talking about, like the cultural confusion, if you will, how, not only do we fear death or quote unquote taught to fear death, but it's almost like we do everything in our quote unquote waking life to avoid it in thought, to avoid it in speech, to avoid it just on so many multiple levels, to whereas, I feel like that's why it's so abrupt and so, I don't know, intense in a different way or in varying intensities for so many people.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, it's like this really big taboo that we just don't have to, let's just not look about it. Let's not look at it head on. Let's not think about it. Let's, it just kind of, but when like, I just think that's pretty poignant as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like putting your head in the sand like an ostrich.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's interesting because, again, like what you're saying, Sherman, like the fact that we don't talk about it, the fact that we barely, like mention it with sort of in the spiritual context, like then when it does come, our natural reaction to it is resistance. We're just like, no, I don't want this, get it away from me. And we're like, we're just like pushing it and we're resisting it. And so it's just like, yeah, if we can talk about and everything, it allows us to instead shift from resistance to like acceptance and trust and peace. And again, like even from my own experience with Shelby, like that's where I felt I was at. Like I wasn't trying to say like no, I don't want this to happen. It was just like I am accepting that this is happening and like I am moving through it like as mindfully as I can. And again, like being able to like really honor it, to see it as like as sacred as a thing is birth, to know that like the soul has like literally, to celebrate the journey of the soul, to like that it has gone through its incarnation, and that was the soul's journey. It's not my journey to say that the soul should stay or because I want it to. That's a very selfish thing. That when it comes to death is something that I think, again, society sort of imprints in us. It creates this sort of like unconscious, selfish projection related towards death, where we're just like, no, like stay. I want you here. I want your company. I want you to like make sure that I don't get sad. But it's just like, this isn't about you. This is about them. Like this is about their soul journey. And the best thing you can do is just to like be by their side and just be in that space and to just like hold space and everything like that. So yeah, like again, like I think death is a huge part of the paradigm shift, and again, like for me, it really gets into this multi-dimensional stuff. And I'll just say this, and again, just after I'll say this and pass it around. I mentioned this like within another broadcast that we did, where it's just like gets really interesting. I think when we start looking at the idea of like souls incarnating as multiple forms, and this is like a big paradigm shift. But it's just like who's to say that I'll just use Shelby as an example, or any other animal familiar as an example, that like that was their experience as like to incarnate as an animal, and then in their next incarnation they may actually be choosing to incarnate as a human. And so like we were actually like helping them go through that process, so that again, in the theme of graduation, they can actually like move into their next part of the journey where they come back as human. And then like the real kicker in this that I feel like I could like almost like write a movie about, is the idea, like, imagine, like, you have, like, a dog, and your dog passes away, and then, like, 15 years later, you're, like, traveling the world, and you, like, run into someone, it's, like, some kid in another country, and they come up to you, and they're just like, hey, like, I've been looking for you, like, I just want to say thank you, because I was your dog in a past life.
That's
and
divine.
and they hug you, and it's just like, what? But at the same time, like, that in my books is possible, and I feel like that's such, like, a beautiful, heart expanding thing in terms of, like, what this reality actually holds in terms of our magic, and in terms of the idea that, like, it doesn't, you know, like, endings are illusions. It's always just, like, spirals into a next level of ascension kind of thing. So I mean, just putting that out there again, you know, for other people to move through their process in their own healing, and knowing that, like, yeah, like, souls go where they need to, and know that they're always going to be going somewhere. So yeah.
I think that interconnectedness you just talked about was great.
Sherman, your mic just got lower. If you just want to.
Oh, okay. Is that any better?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. I just think the interconnectedness you just talked about was pretty funny, because, you know, you were saying, like, how we have this connection, you know, I guess with our ego, whether it be, you know, ego-driven, inborn, or societally given, that, you know, it's no, I want you here. You know, it's going to make me sad that you're not here, when it's really about the soul and their journey. But I love how connected that all truly is, because it's not just about, you know, them. Like, think about it. They had to go through all of this with you, you know, thus bringing you closer, thus helping you further along in your school and your journey, you know. So, like, it's all really funny, because it's all so perfect.
Yeah.
You know, you had to get to this point with them,
Right.
as the day with you, to bring you both to, like, it's crazy to think about, and I just love it, because it's the interconnect. Yeah, like,
it's
how
symmetry.
deep that goes. Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, it reminds me of, like, you know, sacred geometry. I mean, if you think about, like, the, you know, the geometric fabric of the cosmos, right? And then you apply that to what you're talking about just now. It's like the symmetry of synchronicity. Hello?
Oh no, I was.
Oh, there you go.
I was talking for a second, and I didn't realize my mic was off. I'm sorry. But no.
So what?
Yeah.
Yeah, say the last thing you said.
No, just pretty much, I just think it's so funny, because, you know, I wish at times we could really step back and just see, you know, like, the webs of connection, because it just kind of trips me out a lot when I think about, you know, this had to happen this way to get me here with you, which is really just getting us further to a point, you know, of greater understanding, of, you know, deeper compassion, of, you know, and as one-sided as it may seem to one, you know, it's really, it takes two, you know, or not even two, but like multiples, and it's so needed, whether we can see it in that moment or not. You know, it's because of you going through your journey and me going through mine, you know, that we're here now, and it's just so perfect.
I'm learning more and more, like, that idea of, like, everything happening for a reason. Like, it's yeah, like, it's a thing. And it's something that, again, like, encourages us to, like, trust deeper and to look deeper as to, like, what those reasons are, because sometimes things will happen for a reason, but we may not always acknowledge the reason. Therefore, it, like, puts us deeper into this place of despair, or deeper into this place of illusion. But it's just like, if you're open to that concept to begin with, you start looking for those reasons, and you start, like, allowing, like I experienced that, like, in another scenario just within, like, the last like 48 hours, where it's just like, I was like, something happened, and I was just like, fuck, you know, like, I wish that didn't happen. But at the same time, I'm like, this happened for a reason. I'm like, wait for it, and then something else happened, and I'm like, that's why it happened. And that next moment was, like, really, really important, and that really, really important moment wouldn't have happened unless that first one had happened, sort of thing. Even if that first one felt like it was, like, a quote unquote, like, something, like, unwanted or a mistake or something like that. Like, sometimes those mistakes are there to be able to like allow something more important to happen. And so again, check in with yourself as a cosmic student, you know, like, are you learning from those mistakes? And I think the sooner that you are acknowledging your role as a cosmic student, the sooner it allows that thing that's like meant to happen sooner. So maybe like, you know, I feel like that's where sort of this acceleration of the universe is sort of taking place, is within our cycles of lessons. Whereas back in the day, you know, you might go through something and you might make a mistake, and then it might take like a month before that mistake to like really be integrated into a new expanding experience that opened up for you. Whereas like now it's just like, I feel like it can happen within like 24 hours sort of thing if you're kind of on that level. So yeah, but anything you guys have to share, go ahead. Yeah, I mean, it's just sort of like becoming aware of like this like underlying code of the matrix. I feel this like syntax program that's kind of like always happening. But yeah,
and I feel like
have to experience.
I'm sorry. I just feel like it's so funny how obvious it's becoming. I feel like, you know, like, especially, I know everyone in the shift, but I feel like it's just becoming more and more obvious to all of us, you know, to just see, not, I guess, the inner workings, if you will, of how everything, you know, slowly gaining eyes to see how connected everything is, and that, you know, there's no such thing as coincidence, and just the underlying workings of the game, if you...
Yeah. Yeah, and it's interesting to like sort of apply that to like the perceptions of like the global things happening in the world, you know, like without even having to get into it, but you know, like you can talk about like elections and politics and stuff like that, and sometimes it's just like you're just like this, like you know, you're just like, this can't be happening, you know, like, why is this happening? But again, sometimes when it's just something that seems so wrong, so like unpreferred, that maybe the reason that's happening is to like call you into that action for you to be able to say like to go through that process of saying, this isn't what I want, therefore what do I want? And it gets into this idea like the problem is the solution kind of thing. So, you know, we go through things and we go through the darkness so that we can like know what it is that we actually want to create as we move forward into the future. And we wouldn't have known that had we not gone through that previous experience of like the unwanted kind of. So yeah.
So yeah, I got something to share with you.
Go for
it. Just thinking, what we're talking about reminded me of a quote from my guru, and it's something that I've been thinking a lot about recently as well, with respect to death. And it was the point, I believe, Stuart had just brought up. That's his name, right? His name's Stuart, right?
Sherman?
Oh, Sherman, that's right, sorry.
Stuart.
Stuart.
Sorry.
It's all good.
So the quote is this, and then I'll connect it back. As with, what after all is the measure of man? As with any measure, we need to grasp the whole and not the part. But what is that whole? What must it include? Is our present existence a part of a greater whole, or is this present existence the whole of it? What is the boundary of man? How far can his existence extend? Do we avoid a mystery because we insist the part is the whole? It has been said man is a mystery because he is caught between two extremes. He doesn't know where he came from, and he doesn't know where he's going. We are cut off from whatever prior existence we may have had, and we enter into the unknown with our death. We are aware of a part, right? That's us talking right now. We're aware of a part without knowing if there is a whole within which our existence might have meaning. We seek the meaning of our existence and cannot bridge the gap to anything beyond ourselves. Yet it is this very separation that provides us with a clue to our mystery. Consider, we are cut off from all else. We have no prior memory of any prior existence, and we must face our destiny with what we have. We must find some way to provide for our existence. So we're locked within ourselves so that we are forced to take command of ourselves and our lives. We must plan, care, and command ourselves to do whatever we do. But what is this but to learn mastery of one's self? It's this struggle to achieve our most meaningful goals that we must organize ourselves to pursue and attain them. And so this idea of that, with not knowing the whole, right? Like how beautiful would it be if you could just go to death, see how it's all interconnected, see how everything is divinely beautiful, and then when bad shit happens, you're like, yeah, that might suck, but you know what? Hey, I see the divinity. I see the divine plan. So, hey, rock on.
Rock on. Cool.
I mean, it would make life a
Awesome.
lot easier, you know? I mean, because you'd never have another worry. You would have Spinoza called this the God's eye view. And this is why this is his solution for theodicy, which is the problem of evil, because there is no evil. Because if you had the mind of God, you'd see how everything was perfectly connected, and you wouldn't be we wouldn't struggle. Right now, I'm sure there's debates in, you know, for and against, and we could talk all night long if this is accurate or not, but it's one way to look at it, and it's making a lot of sense to me because, yeah, we're a mystery, man. It's like, but it's like I say to myself, like, why doesn't divinity just give us the end piece of the puzzle so we can see the whole puzzle so we don't have to go through this crap? But it's that bridge that we can't, that's being locked within ourselves that makes us take force, make us command to take force us to take command of ourselves and our lives to develop self-mastery, to actually figure out that final part of death. So it's like a recursive algorithm. You know what I mean? This is really trippy.
All goes back to reoccurring fractal patterns in the universe. That's been a big thing, is like to study these lately, man. For me, it's been about studying, because the equation might not be necessary, but you can study the pattern.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, you can study the pattern, and through studying the pattern, you begin to visually see these gateways and numbers and geometric forms and positions of planets. And those gateways give you opportunities to bring energies from other dimensions in to utilize them to manifest what you want to happen, you know. And that just goes back to kind of flip-flops back to like God's eyes view, you know, like you can see it from that perspective.
Yeah, and you know,
dimensional aspect.
You know, the fractals and geometry are very, you know, sort of connected to what I would call the mind of God as well. So like when you're talking about looking at those fractals and looking at these like symbolic manifestations, yeah, it's important, no doubt, because you're connecting with the maker on that, no doubt.
Oh yeah. You're establishing. Well, I guess for some people it would be establishing a connection. Others it would just be, you know, the connection you've already got established. Tapping it. Because the point is to get everyone on that point where they're already tapped in. They already have that ability. That's one of the greater points of the paradigm shift that I see. So we can bring everybody else up on the same level. It's just going to take some time.
Yeah, but it makes sense that we're not all there already. Again, you know, it's just like why doesn't everyone see this? But it's just like that's the journey, right? To like allow people to like go through that and to go through like the amnesia and stuff like that. I mean, again, you know, like it's I did just want to be able to check. I just wanted to check in with Steve. Steve, how's it going? Are you enjoying the Hangout? And I was just, if you have like any comments or questions, please feel free to ask. Go ahead.
No, I'm just listening to what you guys have to say.
Cool.
Enjoying, yeah.
Cool, man. Absolutely, yeah. By all means, just hang out and just be there, and that's totally cool. Sweet.
Yeah, I can only imagine like what it's like for you, just sort of beginning a process like this, and all of us sitting here jabbering on about all of these like deep, intense topics.
Which again, you know, like for me, it goes back to this idea of just like why we practice talking about things here, because there's always going to be someone who we're going to run into who may be completely new to a lot of these ideas, and it's just like, how do we deliver this information to them simply and effectively? And then you literally repeat this like running a drill, like doing an exercise, like running a hockey drill, you know, like you do it, you practice it, and then when the time comes when some 14-year-old kid walks up to you and it's just like, can you explain to me what lucid dreaming is? And you'll actually be able to do it, right? Or they'll just like, can you explain to me a little bit about like what, like, you know, like what's a soul about or something, you know, any of those questions. And then it's really interesting because, I mean, again, you know, we're practicing being conduits right here and now. So I mean, even me, like right now, like I'm talking, words are coming out of my mouth, but I'm not like having to fully think about like this. I'm not constantly just like, oh, what am I going to say next? What am I going to say next? What am I going to say next? You know, it's just this process of like allowing things to come out.
Allowing
So
it
really,
to flow, yeah.
it's really cool when someone asks you a question and then you actually sort of get to listen to the answer that you give, and you're just like, oh, like that's what I thought. Like that's
Yeah, dude.
yeah. Steve, did you? I think you got your microphone open. Did you
Yeah.
want to? Did you go ahead?
Well, I was just, yeah, I've been telling my friends about this. I learned about it and then sharing my knowledge about it. So I guess you were saying how it's cool to share that stuff that you learn and rehearse it. And yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's like reverse engineering concepts of like metaphysical, like crazy stuff. But again, you know, Einstein says that, you know, it's just like if you can't explain something simply enough, then you don't understand it like well enough, or at least just the goal being to explain something simply in a way. And Einstein also said that imagination is more important than knowledge, so keep that in mind too. I did want to bounce around some ideas, getting into the topic of like the Mandela effect. Again, just as something, just as an exercise, this is a fun drill to talking about that. Though I know we won't be able to spend too much time on it because it is a pretty big topic, but we did allude to it earlier in the episode, so I did just want to like hit upon that, and I know Kyle's want to talk about it, and there's like honestly there's so much stuff we could talk about. Like Kyle put up a video earlier in the week about like just like the increase in UFO activity and the idea of like how UFOs are actually getting to Earth and how it's actually through mostly the hypothesis, the hypothetical idea of like wormholes and stargates. So it's not like they literally fly to Earth. It's more like these like wormholes sort of appear near Earth and then they just kind of like come out of them. Yeah. What do you call them? What were they called?
I think the video called them, NASA's calling them X points or like
X
0
points.
points. I think they're called 0 points.
Interesting.
It's like basically what they're doing in the colliders. Again, it all goes back to the colliders and what they're doing there. Kind of like what they're doing there. These very small portions in space that sort of like links us to the sun. These X points or 0 points. They kind of create like this portal or vortex for some of the sun's magnetic energy to like literally like a tube, you know, siphon over to Earth. And how they've discovered this, and by studying these certain points that allow this magnetic energy to flow, they think that UFO technology of advanced races of extraterrestrials are utilizing those same 0 point the same 0 points that naturally exist. They can locate them, home in on them, and when they occur, simultaneously jump through one on their own. You know, I mean, it would make sense in the quantum factor that somewhere else in the universe there is a particle that is behaving exactly the same as one, or it is the electron pair. Particles can be, like 2 electrons can pair across continents. There could be one in Philadelphia and one in California, and those 2 electrons can pair to each other. And if you introduce a third, you can introduce a third and then change the electron spin of one, it will actually disappear and rematerialize with the other electron that's in Philadelphia. So that's how they're studying. That's actually how they're studying, like teleportation, like Star Trek style teleportation. They've been doing that for a long time. All they have to do is add a little bit of energy to some electrons, and the ones that are paired just sort of disappear and rematerialize elsewhere. But that's very possible in outer space for that to happen and occur naturally. Or if, like, say, an alien race were to like, oh, look, here's an electron. that one's unstable over there. Let's pair it with this one, and we'll create a bridge that way. So they could be locating and, pairing electrons that way and using that. That's very feasible. That's very that right there. You can, I wouldn't have to show you an equation for you to understand that. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe some people might. The mathematics is very hard proof, but the thing is that the mathematics are all there. I couldn't show them to you, but I understand what happens on a quantum level. So, I spend a lot of time, in addition to my, spiritual journeys and things. I've spent a lot of time YouTubing quantum mechanics and quantum phenomena. So I can go on about that for a very, very long time. But that all relates into spirituality and into our dimension and the dimensions that surround us, and the fact that we as human beings can view and see, interact, and go there, physically go to these other dimensions without the use of a giant collider.
Hey, Kyle.
What's up?
Have you... Well, I put a couple links in the notes earlier, but have you ever looked at the connection between quantum physics and Advaita Vedanta?
And what?
Advaita Vedanta. It's the non-dual philosophy of Shankaracharya, which is the highest mystic out of India, which basically makes it completely analogous with the ancient Greeks and the Egyptians and the shamans and all spiritual traditions like that. So, I put a couple links, but if you just type it into Google, you'll find it quick enough, because there's a lot of similarities between Advaita Vedanta and quantum physics when it comes back to the watcher watching and the process of watching and how to become the observer with an unobserved object. So yeah, I thought I'd give you that sort of.
Yeah, man, I'll check it out.
When I do quantum physics, I really relate it to Advaita Vedanta, so it's that's sort of my doorway in when I do my quantum physics study. It's I can always find a base and a connection and a sort of a way to figure it out through Advaita Vedanta. So you might enjoy looking at it.
I will. I'll check it out. Thank you very much, man. I'll definitely look into that.
Weird.
And yeah, things that happen on a quantum level, quantum physics, quantum mechanics, and quantum phenomena all relate very, very directly to how metaphysics work. And metaphysics is our soul body and all the energy that we can't really directly see. So there is an incredibly direct connection to things on the quantum level and our spirituality.
Totally. And
understanding that only brings a new understanding.
And that's
of yourself.
what, we mentioned this earlier, that's what stings me about our modern culture is they try to make a distinction between science and spirituality and, aka metaphysics, when in reality they're part and parcel. And Newton knew it, Einstein knew it, they even said it in their works, they wrote about it, and everyone just conveniently ignores all that and just keeps these numbers. They like numbers. I want to add 2 and 3 and divide this and multiply that and shoot and have an experiment. I want to have an experiment, right? I don't want to think about anything big. I just want to have an experiment.
Yeah. I think a lot of people in the scientific community get really, really hush-hush about it. I think like the people and the physicists at CERN, the scientists and physicists at CERN, and the LHCs that are all over the place. All the large colliders. These people that are working there that are literally smashing single particles together to look at particles that come into existence for very, 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 very small fractions of a second. And we're talking subatomic levels. We're talking smashing particles into each other to study things smaller than quarks, and quarks make up atoms. So, by doing that, they're literally looking at something they cannot perceive. So, and that's essentially what we do in.
What's the name of that famous book that sort of linked beauty back with string theory? It's called The Elegant Universe or something like that?
I'm not sure. but I think you're right.
Yeah, that was a big one to bring beauty and metaphysics back into quantum mechanics. I think of the elegant universe. I think.
Do you guys still want to talk about the Mandela effect, or should we save it for another time? Because I feel like we're like getting short on time, and
We should
it's like
probably save it.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, let's
Otherwise,
save it
it'll
because
end
I
up
want
filling
to.
What about the
being at 3 in the
Ganzold
morning,
effect?
dude.
Which effect, Michael?
The Ganzold effect.
I'm not familiar with that effect.
The Gansfield effect.
No. Do
The
you
one with
want
the
to
ping pong balls.
like? Are you talking to like the meditation trick, or
Yeah.
which? Did
The one that
you?
you do with the ping pong balls, where you put them over your eyes.
Because that
What
was
is this?
something
I haven't heard it.
you were doing that recently, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's just check in. So right now, it's 12:41. Like I said, I wanted to aim to wrap this up by about 1, and I just want to be able to do like a tarot draw before the end and a short meditation. So let's say like no more than 15 minutes to just sort of bounce some ideas around, and then we'll get close to wrapping things up. Yeah, okay. I want to let you talk about that, Michael. The Mandela effect. For those of you who don't know, we will get more into this later. And if anything, I just encourage you to just like YouTube stuff and think for yourself. But I did talk about it within like one of the Facebook Live broadcasts. But it's getting into this idea that like some people's remembrance of the past isn't matching up with the current depiction of what the past actually is. So basically, some of the common examples are a lot of people swear that in Star Wars, Darth Vader says, "Luke, I am your father," whereas now in the movie, it actually says, "No, I am your father." Other examples are the Berenstain Bears are now the Berenstain Bears. Other examples are in Forrest Gump, where he says, "Life is like a box of chocolates." Now he says, "Life was like a box of chocolates." Other examples
I want to throw one
are
in. I gotta throw
logos
one in.
changing. Yeah, like logos changing in certain things. Kyle, what's another one?
All right, this one I found out about today, and it's incredibly like, are you fucking kidding me? Everyone remembers the lion shall lay down with the lamb, right?
Oh, right, in the Bible and stuff like that.
Doesn't exist anymore. There never was a lion. Now it is a wolf. Now
Yeah.
even
Say that again.
There's a big quote in the
where it
Bible.
said, right, it was always the lion and the lamb. It was always the lion. The lion was the big thing. Now, the Bible doesn't even mention a lion. Now it's a wolf. It says the wolf
They
will lay
changed
with
it?
the lamb.
They
No,
didn't
dude,
change
sir.
it. It changed itself.
The Mandela effect.
So that's.
The
Let me just
line's
give
still there.
And there's pictures
Steve.
of a wolf with a lamb now. Like, it was in that
Yeah.
video I sent you, man.
Yeah, I had seen that video as well. Yeah. Okay, I want to give like a preface to the Mandela effect. We might as well just talk about it just for a couple seconds. Steve, go ahead though. You were saying. In reference to the lion.
The line is still there. Yeah, I think it was just on minors practically. It's about a paragraph long. The quote about it talking about the lion and the lamb as well as the wolf, and it's all those 3 words. Those 3 animals are all mentioned interchangeably in that whole quote. So there's lots of room for mistakes, I guess.
I
Yeah.
never remembered a wolf ever, dude.
So.
And apparently millions of other people don't either.
No, it's
I mean, I'm just-
Yeah.
It was always the
Under
the
wait,
lion
hold
and the
on.
lamb.
I'm confused. So wait, hold on. Under what quote or passage or text?
Do we have a reference of the passage?
No, dude, it's in that video, man. It's in that video that I
Okay,
found.
I'm definitely gonna watch the
the
videos.
lion lies
Because
with
astrologically, they're like
Isaiah 11:6.
perfect degrees with each other, as like opposites.
Oh yeah, interesting.
The lion and the lamb. Yeah, that's why they always say like Leos and.
I mean, there's no zodiac's the wolf sign though.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I'm sorry. I got that mixed up. I was thinking.
Yeah.
No, that's right.
I'm just saying, it was in that video, and it was one that I hadn't noticed.
So I just want to, so again, okay, like the Mandela effect, let me just give a little preface, because again, we're just practice talking about it, but personally, I approach this topic as a chance to like dispel some of the hysteria related to it, because I think a lot of it is like internet hype. and he's like right up there with like other stuff of just like people kind of just like like it's hard to explain, but well, it's not hard to explain, but it's worth talking about. Okay, so just as a preface for why it's called the Mandela effect, it's called the Mandela. Okay, so it's basically this idea of people are just like, wait, like, is reality changing? Is history changing? Are there parallel realities opening up? Are we like moving into different timelines? And like people are just like, what is going on? Ultimately, I do think that this reality is very multidimensional, and there is this idea of like parallel realities. So I mean, I'm not saying it's off the table. Everything's on the table and everything like that. But at the same time, I do think that there's like some stuff that is just like being able to just like that can be explained just through like human error and just the way how the memory works. So again, it's part of this idea that the Mandela effect is called the Mandela effect because it's referencing Nelson Mandela, who actually has the same birthday as me on July 18th. And basically, some people are just like guaranteed they have a certain memory that he actually died like back in like earlier in 2000s, whereas he actually just died like almost like last year or 2 years ago. And then so people sort of gone to this process where they're just like when he did die, they were just like, wait, what? Like I could have sworn he already died. Like I blatantly remember him dying and stuff like that, and yet
Same thing
did.
with Muhammad Ali.
And so there you go. So I mean, another example. So again, like it's this idea of people just like having what they consider to be a certain memory of one thing, and yet now the reality is not matching their memory. So again, one of the things that popularized it was the Berenstain Bears and the Berenstain Bears. Everyone remembers Berenstain Bears as Berenstain Bears. Now it's suddenly Berenstain Bears. There's an A in it, and everyone's just like, "What the hell? This is insane! It can't be possible." But honestly, like going back to like one of the big ones that people use, like the Luke, "I am your father." This is my opinion. Like, I mean, I know it sounds like it's like unusual because everyone's just like, I remember it as Luke, I am your father. What they're actually remembering is like the cultural adaptation of the quote opposed to the actual quote. Because like if you look at the context within the conversation, it makes sense that Darth Vader actually said, no, I am your father. Because Luke says, he says like, Obi-Wan told me that you killed my father. And then instead of Darth Vader just saying, Luke, I am your father, he replies to Luke's comment by saying, no, I am your father. So he corrects him. He says, like what you just said is wrong. This is what's right. I am your father. So in all honesty, like it makes sense for Darth Vader to say, no, I am your father. Yet everyone sort of took that quote outside of the movie, and within the fabrication of their own memory, they sort of made a version of it that said, Luke, I am your father, and then everyone repeated that, which makes sense because like they wanted to be able to provide a context for it outside of the movie. Because if you were to just say like, no, I am your father to someone, they would just be like, outside of the movie, they're just like, wait, like what? Like who are you quoting and stuff like that. And I made a joke about this last time, but it's just like if you're like, just going around and just like you say like, no, I am your father, people are just like, what? Like is that like Maury Povich or something like that? Like what's going on? Like what are we talking about here? And so I mean like to have it within a context, you need to put Luke in it. You need to say Luke. So that's what everyone did. Like their mind naturally just did that. It like created a new version of the quote, and then that version of the quote became a pop cultural meme, and that's what everyone repeated, and they said that. And yet in the original it's always been, no, I am your father. Yet now people are convinced that at one point it was Luke, I am your father, and therefore all these people on the internet are like equating this to the idea of the Mandela effect. Whereas in my opinion, I think that in at least that case, not to say all of them are like equatable to human error, at least in that case, I think that one is just like our human error sort of thing. But again, are parallel realities real and are timelines changing? Theoretically, everything's on the table sort of thing. But I mean, like that one I think is more likely than not human error and people just jumping on the hype train on the internet. And there's a few other ones that I think are probably just like human error and just like a reflection of how our brain works and how our memory works as well. So, but what do you guys think?
A quick.
Well, are you
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Steve, go ahead. Yeah.
Are you familiar with the international laws of just the international laws? Are you guys familiar with that?
The international laws, is that what you said?
Because they're
Go ahead.
Yes. Because the law of belief, the 13th law, states that whatever we fully believe in with thought, emotion, and conviction eventually becomes our reality. We are always creating laws for ourselves based on what we believe to be true. Even if a thing isn't factually true, our belief will make it so. It done unto you as you have believed. So, if you get enough people believing in something, it's bound to be true.
Yeah, that's why the world's flat, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So it changes. It changes depending on what we're believing in, sort of thing.
Well,
No,
dude,
Very
I wanna
I
holographic.
mean, I'm just gonna say this, dude. Like, they've got some documents, like some video interviews with the actor who played Darth Vader, and
And he says,
in
"Luke,
one
I
of
am your
the
father."
yeah, in one of the interviews, he says, when I first read the line, "Luke, I am your father," I thought to myself, no, he's lying. He says, when I first read the line,
But
"Luke,
even still,
I
that
am
could be
your
a mistake.
father."
That
I mean, that's from the actor who's
yeah, but even
been
still,
there,
like that's
done
like
that so
him.
many times,
Yeah.
dude. Like, how many
It-
times have you read over something and then changed it up? Like, no,
Yeah.
dude, no. Because
I don't know,
as
man.
many times as I know a song, I know that song.
Why don't they
lyrics.
just
I've played
ask
it too
George
many times.
Lucas? Like, I don't understand like why they can't just like do that and just like get him to clarify and stuff like that.
Because then he's going to say, "Magic mirror on the wall."
Yeah. Right. Because then it wouldn't be a good YouTube video anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, like I think the Mandela effect is an interesting thing, and I think it reflects a lot about culture. And there are some ones that are really trippy. Like one of them is like Interview with the Vampire is now Interview with the Vampire. But again, you know, like maybe it always was Interview with the Vampire. Straight up, like I don't know.
Muhammad
Like it's hard to
Ali
say.
has apparently died 3 times.
3 times, good for him. What a champ.
Apparently, that's in the video.
Can't keep him
That's in
down,
the video.
man.
It's towards the end, like towards the middle of that video I posted you. Some guy gets in there and he's like talking about Christianity and stuff, and I was like, alright, this is kind of gay. But then it switched over to another guy talking about it, you know, the Mandela effect, and he was going on about it, and he was like, in fucking Muhammad Ali. He's like, those motherfucking physicists at CERN who don't give a shit, they killed him 3 or 4 times already. Like, I was like, oh my god. It got really funny, but like, in all honesty, like, having Muhammad Ali having just died in 2016, I myself am one of those people who thought to myself, no, Muhammad Ali's been dead for a long time. Muhammad Ali has been dead. I thought Muhammad Ali died a very long time ago, not in 2016. I definitely remember that because it was just as big a deal as it was in 2016. So, the Muhammad effect, I guess, like, for real, I do. I remember it. And the guy put dates out, too. He put 3 dates out. He was like, what was it, 2003, something else, and 2016? How many times is Muhammad Ali going to die? I was like, now that's weird.
Yeah, again, man, like it's take it with a grain of salt, I guess. I think it's easy for people to just like get an idea and to just run with it and to just be like,
Oh yeah.
Because again, you know, like I'm just reading on the Wikipedia right now, and it says right here within the Wikipedia for Empire Strikes Back. Now again, somebody could have edited this as well, but it literally says, like in relation to Star Wars Empire Strikes Back, it says the line, quote, "No, I am your father," is often misquoted as "Luke, I am your father." Like it just says it right there, you know. It's just this idea that again, you know, it's just like people have been misquoting this for a very long time, and it makes sense that they've been misquoting it because, like I said, like they needed to put a context for the quote outside of the movie. Therefore, the scene was in reference to Luke. Therefore, they just turned it into that version of it. So, and again, like so for people to like be using that as like one of their prime examples for the Mandela effect. Is interesting because I think again it sort of shows this idea for a lot of people to just like jump on hype trains. So for everyone listening to this, just be mindful as to what hype trains you're jumping on. Freaking flat earthers.
Hey, Steven.
There's a comma.
No offense.
Right?
I'm not saying the flat earth is there in flat. We're gonna do an entire Destiny school on that because honestly, like it's it's worth talking about. So.
Flat Earth. All right.
I just
Which
don't
one?
like their attitude sometimes.
Wait, hold on.
Flat Earth.
What, Brendon?
Flat Earth.
Yeah, I've been
But we're not going to talk too much about that now.
Danny-
Earth is flat as fuck.
Wait, hold on. Did you
The
say that
Earth
you're
isn't
gonna
just.
do a school on that, or what did you say?
We're gonna do a Destiny School episode on the flat Earth, like in the future, just to give a place to like talk about it a lot. But I'll just say this in reference to the flat Earth, like everyone's talking about the flat Earth, they're talking about the round Earth. Not everyone's talking about the multidimensional Earth. I think that instead of just thinking that there's like one Earth, there's actually at least like 8 Earths in like the formation of a hypercube.
Oh no,
And
yes.
so, like, if you were to go into the astral planes and like go outside of the Earth and then like orbit yourself around it, you would actually see like 4 other Earths behind it, and so like each Earth is kind of like a reflection of it and stuff like that. But like,
No,
try
see,
wrapping your
now-
head around that. So yeah.
Yeah,
Who
now you're
knows?
tapping into what I've got going on. I can see
Brendon,
that manifest.
this is all from Santos, right?
No, it's not from Santos, but Santos does. Santos jumped on that hype train as well.
Who
And
who
The
started
flat
it?
Earth thing.
it's a psyops. So it's-
What, the flat Earth is a psyops?
yeah, it is.
So
I
you
mean,
think
I'm not
Santos-
saying it actually is, but it's a possibility.
Wait, don't joke with me like that. I take you seriously.
What is this?
But it probably, if it's not
What
real,
is
then it's a
psyops?
psyops. But I don't know if it's real or not. So I
What
can't
is
say it's
psyops?
psyops. Like,
Psychological operation to like
Oh,
basically,
no, yeah.
propaganda, like
yeah,
mind propaganda.
manipulate people's thought
Oh,
patterns. and
Well, I
different
look
thing
forward to
else.
talking about all that because I haven't
Yeah.
really delved into it. It sounds interesting. But before I
Yeah.
forget about this Mandela thing, I just
Sure.
want to say one thing. I don't know this Mandela effect very well. I'll have to research it and look into it. But going back to something Steven said a second ago, I sort of joked about, and even joked about the Earth being flat. But I was listening to what this law that he was reading, and I want to say anything that says that just because you believe something that makes it true, I'm very wary of that. Because clearly, I think, like, if I believe 2 + 2 = 5, and if I believe that a square circle exists, just because I believe it doesn't going to make it real in accordance with epistemology and metaphysics and the nature of ultimate nature of reality. But now this other thing with people misquoting, this happens a lot in our culture because of interpretation and then because of beliefs that are passed on. And the big thing that I've always learned is that if somebody says that they know something, for example, oh yeah, I know Star Wars. Okay, so what does Darth Vader say to Luke? He says, Luke, I am your father. You say, no. It actually says, no, I am your father. And they go, no. And they go, okay, let's go back and look at it, the original, and let's go. And so you go back and you verify, oh, it says, no, I am your father. And so that person turns out to have a false belief. It does not match. There's no way it matches, right? It doesn't say it. It doesn't match. Now, the most famous example of this, which I find most fascinating, is the creation story in Genesis, the second creation story in Genesis, which is the story of Adam and Eve. It says very clearly in the Hebrew that they eat the fruit of the tree, right? But our culture somehow has an apple in the story. There's no apple. So it's fruit. And then we are often told that God kicks Adam and Eve out of the garden because they disobeyed his orders. That's not the reason he gives in the story. The reason he gives in the story is, and they not only kicks out, first of all, he only kicks out Adam. He doesn't kick out Eve. But there's debatable because he kicks out man, so you could take mankind. But he says, the reason I'm kicking them out, for fear that they next eat from the tree of life and become like one of us. Doesn't say anything about you disobeyed my orders, so I'm kicking you out of the garden. He says, I'm kicking you out of the garden for fear that you next eat off the tree of life and become like one of us. That's not part of our normal cultural myth that we learn in Bible study Sunday school. So what happens when we're being taught something that's not in the text? Well, we're purporting a false belief and keeping alive something that's not even in the text. So like if you really want to be a thinking Christian, you got to learn Greek, you got to learn Hebrew, and you got to go read the shit yourself.
Yeah.
So that's what that Mandela effect made me think of. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't alternative parallel universes that might open up and history lines change, but we definitely have to, like you said, we'd have to make a distinction between the two.
Another thing that like, I mean, I'm not trying to like bring up on like bashing religions or anything, but what is that first tree that they eat from that they're not supposed to? It's the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Right.
It's the tree that allows them to actually know that if they are doing something wrong.
Right.
It's a tree that promotes self-awareness.
There are two trees.
Right. The tree of tree of knowledge of good and evil, and the tree of life.
Yeah. So they didn't.
And there's another tree, but they don't mention it.
They didn't want human beings to know whether or not they were doing the right thing. They didn't want them to be self-aware.
Right. Now here's the problem, right?
What kind of ultimate deity would want that?
Right, exactly. And that's exactly the problem. So Philo, the guy who
made to be slaves to mine gold.
Right. No, you hit the point, because Philo, the guy who allegorized this story for the Jews, he basically helped them understand it, but the only problem is that you just picked up on the one main inconsistency in the story that he couldn't rationalize, and that is that God made man in his image and likeness, and then he punishes him for becoming more like him. No, it doesn't work. It's irrational, and nobody ever acknowledges that, and they just overlook it in the story, and that's the biggest problem.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right up.
Yeah, definitely. Check your sources, boys and girls, and think for yourself. So.
Yeah, that's funny.
Think for yourself.
It's true. I mean, because again, right? Like, how many people are getting their primary sources just from like YouTube videos, and then that's what they do, right? Yeah, and like their main, like, that becomes their model for reality, is what other people are telling them to think. So I mean, again, I think what is more important than like getting out lots and lots of information or absorbing lots and lots of information is like learning how to think for yourself, and always like check in with yourself and be like, wait, is that my idea, or is that like someone else's idea that I've like adopted? So like every time you like take in an idea, let it like process through a part of yourself where you're maybe like reconfiguring it, so it
and also
like
test it in your reality.
Test it, yeah, definitely. So. Yeah, but again, like let's sort of get close to wrapping this up, and we'll just allow anybody with like some final points. But again, the Mandela effect. If people are interested, go YouTube it, but think for yourself. We can talk about it more in the future. Like I do want to do like we can do like a Destiny School episode on it as well. And again, like the flat Earth thing, do your own research, think for yourself. But yeah, just be mindful as to what hype trains you're jumping on, and especially before you go around telling people what may or may not be true, because like everyone sort of like, it's important for people to sort of use discernment. And yeah, like I've said this before, like in another thing, it's just like, and this is sort of just like taking it to the extreme, but like the only true evil is forcing your beliefs on someone else, sort of thing. So I mean, not to say there aren't other evils, but just keep that in mind, right? So I mean, it's just like the flat Earth may seem super duper real to you, but just even if you're telling people about it, just be mindful of how you're telling people about it. Like you can't just like tell people like this is like what reality is. It's just like leading them in a direction. Yeah. So I mean, it's an interesting game that we're playing in terms of just like how to share knowledge and how to process and how to think for ourselves as well. And that's what this space is about, to practice thinking for ourselves and like creating a place where we can like analyze things and get critical as well. But yeah, okay, guys, let's move into some final comments just on anything related to these topics before we move into doing the closing tarot card draw and the final meditation. So any other final comments, just opening up for anyone?
It's been great talking to everyone.
Cool. Thanks, KJ. Good to have you again. Anybody else? Michael,
thanks, man.
Thanks. Did you had some stuff you wanted to mention earlier. Did you want to still share that now?
Oh, yeah, but the Legend of Zelda thing?
Yeah, and also the effect that you're talking about with the ping pong balls on the eyes for like the natural hallucination thing. If you want to give a short version of that, and we'll expand on it later.
Well, Yeah, it's basically called the Ganzield effect. I think I'm saying that right. And it's basically where you cut a ping pong ball in half. You know, you might want to like sand it or something kind of like that, so it's like corners, because you're gonna be putting these on your eyes, so you want to get this a pretty like smooth surface kind of thing, and then you kind of like color them all the
Orange, right?
no, you color it black. The outside of it, you color it black, and then you put them on your eyes. I find it most
Is
helpful
this like a
if you
sensory
have.
deprivation thing?
Yeah,
Because I've read about this before.
yeah, it kind of is. It's like, but I find what's helpful though is if you have like a sleeping mask, so you can kind of put on top of that. But basically, you just put those on your eyes and you lay in the dark, and you just stare into these ping pong balls, you know? And you also want something to be listening to something, so like some static,
Binaural beats
white
or no?
noise. Yeah, binaural beats, that could work too. And you know, when I did it, I observed some interesting things. Yeah, it definitely, mine was more so auditory, but you'll see things, you know, you'll see different things that like are in like kind of like different parts of your mind, and you want to think, you know, you want to think, at least for my case, you want to think things that are, you know, pleasant. You know, I mean, that's one of the things. You don't want to use this as something to. I mean, I guess it could be used to face your fears, kind of thing, but that might not, you know,
Be the best idea.
well, be as fun. Yeah. So what I experienced is kind of what I would hear in my head would sound like it was what I was listening to. It's like the two would kind of merge. So if I started hearing like some kind of sounds in my head, it would kind of like blend between the static noise and stuff like that. Really interesting. Not as, I at least know how it works now. Not as much as a successful operation as I'd like it to be, but it's very similar to, you know, like when, you know, magicians say, like, you know, they stare into a mirror and they try to look at angels or talk to angels or stuff like that. It's a very similar kind of process. You don't have to chant anything, so it's and it doesn't cost anything really. Well, you know, as much as a ping pong ball costs, but it's cheaper than, you know, it's not a Schedule 1 drug, so that's also good.
That's cool. How do you spell that again, or how do you pronounce it?
Let me see. Ganzield effect is Ganzfeld.
Gansfield. Okay.
Or Gansfeld.
Gansfeld. Cool. Yeah, so I mean that would be a good thing to try as an experience for people interested in. Yeah. Get some ping balls, cut them in half. Cool.
Yeah, it is. It is a trip. I mean, it's.
It's like a little hack almost.
Yeah, and I mean you're using your own stuff, so it's like. I mean, you don't really need somebody to watch you. I mean,
yeah, all you gotta do is rip a mask off. I would expect anyway. The Tesseracts are coming for me.
The Tesseracts.
But you know,
Tesseracts falling from the sky like S dark up.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thanks, Michael.
Oh, no problem. Did you want me to share the Legend of Zelda thing, or?
Sure. Give us a short version of, you're referencing the Mandela effect. You had some Legend of Zelda Mandela effect related stuff. Was that?
Yeah. So what my idea was is I think we've been in the same world. You know, ever since I was born, this feels like the same world. You know, I mean, the trees look the same, the sky looks the same, stuff like that. Um, but it just seemed, I don't know if it was around 2014 or 2015, something
Something
it,
happened.
something felt like something was changing. You know, I mean, it's like it's the same world, but it's and the way that I thought of it, it's funny because you know sometimes pictures and stuff will just pop up in my head, and I'll link theories to them, and I'll be like, yeah, that's totally that. So in Legend of Zelda, the Ocarina of Time, you know, there is a time of peace. Things are going pretty good in Kokiri Forest. You know, we start the game and everything. But you know, something happens along a Link's journey, and basically, it's around death. It's around what's called Death Mountain. Something changes, and it goes from being at least, you know, somewhat peaceful and not really as dark. And something happens, you know, where these zombies start coming out, and it's because this the nemesis Ganondorf starts like, you know, kind of like casting this darkness over the place, and Link actually goes into the future, I think, and basically, you know, he's seeing that all this stuff happen. And Link is still the same person, but you know, he's traveled in the future, and so the way that I've thought of it is kind of that's what it felt happened around 20. I would say really 2015. It felt just like almost like, you know, it feels in the game. It's just like this darkness is. It's a certain type of darkness that it just seems like it's kind of cast upon the world, kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Well, that's in correlation to the energy that's here now and what is present currently with the gateway that's open between us and another planet, I believe is Saturn. I'm not sure. But
Brendon, did you get that
that's all
reference?
in the article I wrote,
I
actually.
believe so. Yeah.
You know what
I
I'm
mean,
talking about when that happens?
like, yeah, I mean, I understand within the game and stuff like that. I mean, you know, it's interesting because, like, one thing that, like, when we're talking about, like, oh, there's, like, a cloud of darkness over the world and people are observing this in other ways, like, I always go back into this idea that, like, it's a yin-yang thing, it's a polarity thing, and, like, as much as there is darkness, that means there's more light as well. And you just sort of have to, like, look to where the light is, and that light is, like, activating from within us. And nice, Steve. And like, you know, again, like that, if people talk about, like, I literally just saw a meme on this, and it's just like oh, okay, you know, like, the world's awakening, therefore the government is trying to, like, keep everyone asleep. And it's just like, don't forget that the seed and the dirt are the same thing. You know, like, you need that dirt for the seed to be able to grow up through the difficulty, up through the challenge, and to get, like, the nutrition through the darkness and stuff like that. So I mean, I always look at things as, like, this, like, higher perspective of just, like, this isn't just about, like, this is, you know, like, just a negative thing trying to stop a positive thing from happening. It's just like, no, this is, like, an overall conscious thing doing what it needs to in order to be able to create, like, the growth that it is actually creating for itself. So I mean, like, it's yeah, like, when we talk about the idea of like oh, there's, like, the shadow over the world and stuff like that, for some people that can be a very depressing thing. For me personally, I just see that as like more of a call to action. It's just like, this is what we've been training for, guys. Like, if we notice that there's more of a darkness, and that's exactly like why we've been doing what we're doing. That's exactly why now more than ever we have to like embody that like light guardian role again, even in the little ways. So I mean, like that's my perspective. So I mean, again, you know, like I personally, when I hear about the idea of like, oh, there's like a darkness coming over the world and stuff like that, it's just like, all right, like, time to step into hero of time mode. You know, like what would Link do, right? Like,
oh yeah. That's true.
step up. Like, let's do it. This is what we're here for. Because like others will feel like, you know, like other, like in some ways, like some people, when fear and darkness is in front of them, some people will like hide and cower. Others will like step up and face it. Which one do you choose? You know, sort of thing. So the darkness isn't a bad thing.
And our swords, and we will slay
them. Oh my
them.
God, Kyle, you made that into a bow? That's like, that was your staff?
Oh,
no, not my staff, dude.
That was like, so you customized that, eh?
No, this is a stick that I found in the backyard. Well, that I cut down
but
when
you
I was
shaved
doing
it.
a bunch of yard work, and I took it, and it was nice and curved, dude. It was nice and curved.
Beauty.
And I was like, you know, I'm gonna take it. I was like, I'm gonna make it into a bow. So I sat down, and it took me a couple hours, but look at that, man.
Dope, dude. That's awesome. Good job. Good job.
Total ergo grip and everything.
that looks really cool.
It's a good meditation making that. Wow.
Yeah,
Congrats,
dude.
man.
It was super cool.
That's awesome. And it works?
Yeah, kinda.
Ish,
I gotta get some hardwood. I gotta get some hardwood and take some more off of here, and then here, and then get some hardwood and put it there, and then I'm gonna restring it and like bend it down really tough, and like that hardwood.
Get one of those little things you put on your hands. Maybe get
like
one of those things that you put on your hands.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
Cool, sweet, man.
So last time I tried to operate a bow and arrow, I didn't have one of those things, and my hands just like, you know, they looked a lot bigger, you know, for a while.
Cool. All right. Well, guys, let's okay, keeping back in the time. We're just getting closer to 1:30, which is totally cool. I mean, it's understandable. It happens. But again, let's just move through any last comments that we just want to get into this before we get into our closing tarot card and short meditation. Does anybody else just have any again, you know, just like thoughts and comments related to anything that's sort of come up, or just even just closing thoughts and comments on what they thought of tonight's hangout, and any feedback or just anything related to that? So let's take a moment here.
I thought everything was good, man. Everything seems like it's doing pretty smooth. Cool.
But does that make sense about the whole Legend of Zelda thing?
Yeah.
That I was referencing.
I believe so. Yeah. Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you were saying, Brendon, if you're getting all your primary information from YouTube videos, like especially from audio, you know, a lot of information can slide in subconsciously without you. You know, you have to pay attention to what you're listening to or whatever. So, yeah, just always question everything. That's it.
Yeah, definitely questions. Question. The quest eye on, for sure. Sweet. Well, Steve, thanks again, man. I'm glad you made it to the hangout, and bonus points for being able to stick around for the entire duration. That's awesome.
Yeah, man, me too. That's really cool.
Sweet. Anybody else have any final things that the guys want to add? I presume you guys had fun.
You guys.
Oh, I remember what I was going to share.
You guys, Earth is flat.
Yeah, Earth is flat. FYI, everyone.
Hillary, your government is God.
Yeah, the Queen's a reptilian.
Yeah.
All this and more on next episode of Paradigm Shift Team Building Hangout. So. I mean, we should do like a Destiny school just on like every crazy conspiracy that needs looking at. And again, I'm not knocking these conspiracies. Like, believe me, like I know this reality is like crazier than it seems. So like I said, like everything's everything's on the table.
I'm
Underground
getting to the
bases with
point.
aliens, oh, it's on the table. Dulce,
Yeah.
it's on the table.
Yeah, like, dude, trust me, the American government, I'm so don't know what to think because like,
Aliens, man.
I'm so
Therefore,
past the
aliens.
point of,
Yeah.
you know, man, when it comes to American government, I'm past the point of conspiracies all the way to the point of these people are just so dumb and so stubborn and so stuck on these old traditions and ideas.
Dude, like
There is no conspiracy theory. It's just the truth that they don't know what they're doing, and
that's what I lean
I can
towards.
see
Yeah,
that.
like that, and I love like Terrence
Government
McKenna
thinks-
talks about this, like this idea that like
okay, now it's just idiotic, straight up.
yeah, like that's the best conspiracy of all. That there actually is no conspiracy. There actually is no like sort of like secret controlling elite. It's just
Yeah,
like
like,
this is just a side effect of like humans being freaking humans,
Like-
including
like-
the illusion that we create of the idea. It's just like no. There has to be someone behind this controlling this. There's no way we're this stupid.
Yeah.
It's just like, or are we?
Brendon,
I've seen every one. Which one?
yeah, the one where that one, the conspiracy theories, they were like, you know, where
They're talking about like
standing
9/11 and stuff. Or?
yeah, and taking a deuce in the urinal.
Yeah,
and saying that
urinal deuce. Yeah.
Hey, Steph, I'm not ready about it. Who took
Yeah.
a deuce in the urinal? I'm a raging clue over here.
Hardy Boys, yeah. Anyways.
Yeah,
Yeah, again, you know, like,
exactly it. Like,
I
there
do
is no
think-
conspiracy. The conspiracy is to keep the conspiracy theorists going because otherwise there would be no ultimate
Yeah.
control.
again, like, I do think that, like, some stuff has validity to it, and again, I'm not knocking conspiracies, because, again, like, honestly, like, I love getting into the conversation of, like, aliens, and that's going to be another Destiny school in itself, and, like, that there's stuff there. Like, there's,
I think
like,
there
that's
are
the thing, like,
helpers out there.
oh yeah, like aliens and UFOs and multidimensional reality, like it's there. So I mean, like in terms of conspiracy stuff, like it's all, yeah, like I said, it all
When it comes
connects.
to aliens,
And
Yeah,
sometimes
I'm an
it
alien.
doesn't.
there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
I
Steve,
believe-
go
I
ahead.
think there are
Or-
helpers out there.
He might be one of those people that just sort of somehow knows that his soul is actually extraterrestrial and that he's here to observe the experiment in progress as a report status.
Who is? Or did you?
Steve.
What? Steve is? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Steve's.
He didn't even
Yeah,
hear
go
him just
ahead.
chime in.
Undercover
he was like, I'm an alien. He just
Well,
chimed
you
in
guys-
as a company.
I mean, I could. No, I probably shouldn't tell you that. But Steve, go ahead.
Nah, he just jumped in for a second.
No, I was
like,
just saying
I'm
that
an
I was
alien.
alien.
You're an. Oh, that's
Yeah.
what you said. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I always used to joke about that. What I was gonna say, but I was just like, oh, I won't tell you. But no, I always used to joke about, like, I was just like, even earlier in the Paradigm Shift Central project, I was just like, I'm like, just so you guys know, like, I'm actually like a double agent shape-shifting rep. Like, you guys know that, right? Like, I just want that to be open.
Oh.
Nah, that's funny, man.
But it's
Well,
just like,
you're
if I'm a
not
double
bad
agent,
as
then that's yeah, like,
some
opposed to
other-
taking one side, it's just like, no, I'm on, like, you know, so. Anyways, yeah, it's all good. It's good to be able to like make humor out of just like how crazy some of this stuff is sometimes, but like crazy in a good way. Because like reality, I feel like we need to redefine what the word crazy means. Crazy doesn't just mean that it's not true. Crazy means that it's just like so freaking hyperdelic that sometimes our mind has trouble wrapping itself around it. So yeah, but yeah, okay, let's get close to wrapping this up, guys. Any
I
other
remember
last
what I was going to
comments?
say, though.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Michael.
So, my friend, I have a friend, she does like shaman work and like stuff like that, and I've seen her before, and she's going to Peru. So, or actually, no, she's in Peru, and she's going to be with like, you know, Peruvian shamans and stuff like that. So she put a request. Because they're going to do like a despacho ceremony.
Disembowelment? Doesn't sound fun.
No, despacho ceremony. It's like people put a bunch of stuff, you know, that means stuff to them in a circle and like give thanks and stuff like that. I mean, it's more important. It's a whole thing to it. But so basically, to put it in a nutshell, and they put different stuff in there and they light in, or but it's going to be in Peru with the shaman, so I mean it's going to be the real deal. And so she asked for any request, and I said, for some reason I just felt called to ask this. I said, I mean, I already took that, that plant stuff, that plant spirit medicine, I took that. I mean, it's done deal. But I asked, could you just put it in the ceremony to heal like any, like fear or like effects of fear or stuff, that's just like still, hanging on me. So I had no idea how this was going to work, and I said, can you just put that in the despacho ceremony? So she said, yeah, I can do that. I had no idea, what was gonna happen, how it was all gonna work. But she said she did it today, and I tried to think about, a very unpleasant experience, that I had, and it was so interesting. It's like it's like not. It's like a blank. It's like I can't even if I wanted to think about it, it's like like getting blocked. You're hitting a ceiling. It's. I mean,
interesting.
And I was like, wow, I had no idea. But basically,
Maybe something happened, yeah.
Basically, what my idea is, I didn't have any disrespect towards Peru or Peru shamans or the plant itself. I just felt, it wasn't for me. I definitely wasn't ready for that. And I had no idea, but it was kind of like a redo or a reset. I mean, I don't, such an interesting experience.
You go back to the beginning block instead of it being a negative block now, because usually when you're working with that kind of stuff,
yeah,
it's
the
always
ayahuasca.
like a block.
Yeah, because I mean,
it was then another building block, and then another building
block.
that
block. Yeah.
It was always in my head, like the last thing I did was this. I mean, it was like I couldn't get away from that.
Can I explain it a little bit, maybe? In your mind, what you've done is you've done that, and it took you to a place, and you were like, oh my God, this is so much right now that I've got to get as far away from this place as I can. So
Yeah.
those blocks, it's like you just took a shovel and started digging a hole away from them. You kind of put yourself in a hole, in a negative, because you revert. And sometimes when we want to revert as human beings, because it's our nature, we go further than...
Yeah.
Like, I mean, the whole...
We'll wrap this up in a minute.
It was like I was scared of Peru.
Oh,
I mean, it's just one plant. But it's like, I felt like I was scared of Peru for a while. The whole country of Peru. It's just one plant.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, you put yourself there. That's what I'm saying to you.
Yeah, but, you have a bad experience. It doesn't mean that the whole country, I mean, it's just one little plant, so it was like, I thought about it, I was like, I gotta stop giving my power to plants. I mean, I think that's one of the things I was doing for a while, is like, because really it's you that's...
Yeah, it's all you, man.
It couldn't work without you. I mean, it'll maintain wherever it is, but I mean, it's like, you're what makes it work. So
you are the congregate of experience. You are the...
Yeah.
Actually, I'll say this. You are the aggregate of experience.
Yeah.
So all these things are here for us, and no other reason. Even animals. Animals are like plants in a way because they're different kinds of spirits. They're not like us at all.
But I did feel like it was more like a psychological thing. Like I would think back, well, the last thing I did was this, so it's almost like I felt like I needed to take something else, so I wouldn't have that. This was the last thing I did, kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, Brendon, I don't mean to cut you off, Mike, but I think we're gonna wrap this up. Brendon, do you want to do it, or do you want to?
Let's both do it. Let's both do a draw, and we'll combine just one card draw. But yeah, no, Mike. Let's Mike, thanks for sharing that, man. Because I think that sort of reflects back into this idea of just like, again, like healing can happen in some pretty interesting ways, and other people can sort of do like this like distance healing, and just by like putting intentions on into the universe from like one place in the world can actually affect someone somewhere else in the world, which again gets into this like non-locality, like quantum mechanic type thing too as well. So yeah, that's it's interesting. It's interesting. Yeah, but all the best on that, man. So
thank you.
All right. Okay, so let's switch gears into the tarot card draw. So Kyle's got his deck. I got my deck. We're both gonna pull one card, and then we'll just like combine the two. So again, with the tarot card, kind of going back to what we were talking about earlier, it's a chance for the universe to communicate to itself through the power of symbols. And basically, we'll just put out the basic intention of showing what is needed. Not even just showing what is needed, just showing what we need to see in this moment. So whatever the universe, this is a chance for like the big us, shout out to the big us, which is us, to come through in this moment to like directly be able to give a message. So let's charge our decks, Kyle. Charging deck, initiate. Okay, so we'll do a simple breath and then we'll draw the card. So gentle breath. Okay, I got one. Alright. And a 1, and a 2, and a 1, 2, 3. What do we got?
4 of Cups.
Four flames.
4 of Flames.
So we got 2 4s. We got 4 of Flames and 4 of Cups. So let's open that up, and
wait, you got 4 cups?
I got 4 of Flames.
4 flames. Oh.
Okay, Kyle, do you want to go first?
You can go first.
All right, 4 of Flames. So holding it up to the people listening to this, the image is like a circular star up above a horizon.
Oh wow!
4 of Flames. The image. Surrounded by a hazy shimmer, a light source shines in all 4 directions above the warming distance of a peaceful landscape. Meaning, the individual's energetic power is what brings him into contact with his fellow beings. The powers to renew, to enliven, and to create impulses give witness to clear goal setting. Connecting with the dissimilar sets the conditions for creating new life as well as keeping current life processes in check. Sharing the joy of existence with fellow beings gives the individual his particular personal charm. He who recognizes the beauty in things brings beauty to life in himself as well as in others. I'm just going to reread that part. He who recognizes the beauty in things brings beauty to the life in himself as well as in others. Whether it is on the level of personal relationships or collective events, the purpose of love is to be awakened and to grow, and not to be used for selfish reasons. Attachment results in standstill. Love renews. Curiosity and lust for life keep the inner self young and awaken vital energies. I'm going to read that part again. Curiosity and lust for life keep the inner self young and awaken vital energies. The interest in fellow humans builds the foundations for coming together as community and affects a stable basis for future undertakings. Just going to read that part. The interest in fellow humans builds the foundation for coming together as community and affects a stable basis for future undertakings. Through a mutual support, one's power is made more potent within the community. The central thought of the Four Flames is the maintenance of the inner light through the connection of each person to the whole through love. Home is where the heart is. And then astrological significance: Venus, Mars, Mercury, square aspects. Keywords: union of opposites, eroticism, communication, creativity, renewal, grace, spontaneity, joy, radiance. Traditional meaning: instinctiveness, carnality, contact high, cheerfulness, sensuality, zest for life. So just my quick interpretations on that, and I'll pass it over to Kyle for his. I liked what he was talking about there, just on like the emphasis on community, and like the idea of through the connection of each person to the whole through love. So like the idea of just like each person being able to like become like more into themselves through their connection through community, and in turn to bring the entire community into more of its collective body as well. So yeah, I like that part. And then again, you know, just like recognizing the beauty in things brings beauty into life as well as in others. So yeah, I like that one. Just again, reminding ourselves to like see the beauty around us and to have that curiosity. Curiosity keeps us young and awakens vital energies, and to have an interest in fellow humans and to come together as community, and to know that in doing so it allows like each of us to accelerate our collective growth as well. So Four Flames, that's that. Cool. All right, Kyle, go ahead.
All right, I've got the Four of Cups. I'll hold this up here so you guys can see it. It says the head priestess holds her wine cup brimming with red wine toward the young man, as though offering to fill his cup, but he turns his face away from her with an expression of dissatisfaction. His own cup droops in his hand near his groin, and his cup is obviously empty. In the background, a drunken man and woman embrace lewdly and kiss near the statue of the Bast, wine cups in. Now, this one was pulled upright, and I don't know if you do upright or inverted. Kind of, a lot of the cards have like similar meanings. This one is restlessness, dissatisfaction, boredom, seeking after novelty, alliances, weariness, or loss of interest. There's like a lot of different things that could come out of this one, actually, I think. I kind of see it as moving out of old habits and perspectives. Kind of like pruning a plant. You know, you gotta trim away the excess to make way for new positive growth. And that could be what this is. You know, like in the like the imagery speaks to me a lot more, because you have someone who has a cup full, and then someone else who has an empty cup and doesn't wish for his cup to be full. You know, so it's like, and he's looking off in the distance, so he could be contemplating, what am I doing here and what's all this about? And that could be actually, a lot of that could relate to the world straight up and what the world is going through. A lot of like the restlessness and weariness of like people waking up to the way that the world is, people becoming completely, you know, it says dissatisfaction, totally dissatisfied with the way that the world's working right now, wherever they are, you know. And restlessness, you know, loss of interest. Like, it's time for change. It's time for positive change. That's kind of what this card says to me. You know, and that's kind of like a reflection on the entire world right now. And also how these cards very much so opposite each other is kind of interesting, and how that just sort of lets it balance. But it's also telling us that we got to be mindful and to, like, you know, not give in to too much relaxation or whatever. So, and to make sure that we do stay Also, I'm pulling out of the Necronomicon, Secrets of the Necronomicon tarot cards, so they might not be that. But they're my cards. And they really, really like me.
Yeah. Cool. Sweet. Okay. Well, thanks, Kyle. Awesome. Cool. Well, again, you know, like tarot's a really interesting thing, and for people interested, it's always something that they can pick up and try for themselves. Personally, like I like doing tarot like rarely. I find like the more rare I do it, the more potent it can be potentially.
Yeah.
So saving it, yeah, opposed to just like playing like Pokemon with tarot cards or something like that. So.
Tarot card, go.
Yeah, Prince of Flames, go.
Yeah.
Super effective. Sweet guys. Okay, let's move into doing our closing meditation. I'll just walk us through this real quick. It'll just be like a simple thing, just to sort of like get us into reflection and moving forward. And I'll just sort of freestyle it. Yeah, actually, this is something I was going to talk about earlier, like the idea of like flow and freestyling, and I do want to like give us a space to practice this more, even within future hangouts, and yeah, like freestyling and doing conscious flowetry is such a cool thing, and so I'll just take a moment here to do that, because like that in itself is about like stepping through fear and allowing like information to kind of come through you, experience to kind of come through you, and to like remove blockages in your present moment, because anybody can do flowetry.
Like hip hop type thing?
Like just like spoken word like sort of thing. So I'll just like do it just off the top of my head. So crystal clear, it's why we're here, to let go and move ourselves through the fear, letting go and moving ourselves into more of where we are, coming into that place, reaching beyond the stars. We know it's here, we know it's now, we know it's about waking up and knowing somehow that we will get through this infinite bliss, seeds in the dirt coming up, growing into that infinite gift and giving our fruits to the world all around us, being the light that will always astound us, moving through without the fear, letting the fear always teach you of what's here, of teaching you how to be present, of teaching you how to be now, of knowing that you have the tools, that knowing you will be able to do this somehow. So carry your light like the strength of the world, carry your light, and it will unlock this whole unfurling whirl of an infinite spiral and the infinite gift that is taking us back into this place, into this bliss. Cha-cha-cha. So I think I rhymed bliss with bliss there, but that's okay. So or bliss with gift, so that's okay. But yeah, flowetry is just like I like being able to practice that, and yeah, I want to be able to do that more in the future. But it's just like
that was
a fun
pretty
thing
good.
to do.
I mean, that was.
Thanks, man. Anybody can do it. Shoutouts to the universe. So shoutouts. Cool. Okay, guys. Let's go into our closing meditation. Just before we do that, I just want to remind people who are listening to this close to the time of the original broadcast that the next broadcast that we'll have will be the Dream class, and that will be on Tuesday. So again, Dream class is every other Tuesday, and the next Dream class that is coming up is on the Tuesday of July 26th, and that's at 9 p.m. EST. Show up for that to be able to talk about dream exploration, lucid dreaming, and all that cool stuff. And there was some other dream stuff that I had within the last couple weeks that I didn't mention in this broadcast that I'll mention in the next broadcast. And then the next Thursday broadcast on July 28th will be another team building hangout. So again, that will be what we're doing here in terms of just like open space. We'll talk about more of like crazy stuff and anything that we want to talk about. And then the following Thursday will be the Paradigm Shift Destiny School about love and sacred sexuality. And then beyond that, there's sort of the common routine, and the week after that will be the community admins meeting as well. So just encouraging guys, if you need any clarification on what's happening and what's coming up on the Paradigm Shift project, you can always go to the website, and under tools you can go to the calendar for the live broadcast, and on most of the pages you'll see the calendar also listed in your right hand panel as well. And again, just reminding you to please feel free to leave comments. If you're listening to this either on Blog Talk or through the main website, leave comments. Let us know that you listened to it. Even just put in 1111 to confirm that you guys were synced up. And of course, share this with your friends and use this as a tool for inspiration to encourage you to carry the shift further where you are. And that's really what this is about. This is about being that beacon in every way, in every day of our life. in the little ways that make the big difference. And of course, just encouraging and reminding you guys to check out the team Patreon when you can, bookmark that, and to be able to sign up for as little as $3 a month at patreon.com/Brendon Culliton to show your support and support the ongoing evolution of the project and ongoing free conscious media for the community and the platform to be able to share the amazing content that we are creating together. And yeah, again, just reminding you that you can sign up through the main website and check out all of the other previous broadcasts available and use the website to be able to share your conscious media through the Quest journals and conscious articles, and encouraging you to create a physical paradigm shift community where you are. And you can check out the community startup guide to do that. Check out the team map to find other shifters where you are, and of course go do free hugs where you are. That is always a good shift mission to be assigned, is to give you guys a shift mission of doing free hugs where you are, even if it's just like as practice, you know, like it's just if you feel like it's like something that is like really hard for you to do, that may be all the more reason for you to do it. And then once you like allow yourself to step into that, you'll begin to like realize like how exciting it can be. Once you get like those first couple hugs and realize the difference that you're making in someone else's reality, it can get very, very exciting very quickly. So just thinking, again, you know, if you need to connect with anybody through the show, you can find them in the show notes through the main website for the episode of July 21st. You can find me at facebook.com/SkullBabylon and subscribe to my YouTube at youtube.com/SkullBabylon as well. And the other thing I will say is that the best way to keep in touch with updates for this website is to just bookmark the website and to be able to check back every now and then to find the new content that is online, be it Quest Journal Central News, live broadcasts, or conscious articles. And for those of you on desktop, you'll always notice in the bottom left the notification bell thingy, the red bell. Click that to enable desktop notifications as an extra resource. If any of you are signed up for the global mailing list, know that that will commonly end up in the spam inbox and is not a reliable way for us to get messages to you, hence why we encourage you to just check back to the site manually, the old-fashioned way, and ultimately the most effective way. So with that said, just again, thanking everyone so much for tuning into this, and thank you for being a part of the shift where you are. And this is a very, very exciting, ever-unfolding project, and every week we're just continuing to step into more of its ongoing evolution. So much love. And just to clarify, for those of you who are curious, yes, there was no global meditation for this month. Again, I was just going through my own process with the recent events that happened in my life related to the passing of Shelby and everything like that. So we are going to be doing another global meditation on the full moon in August, though I'm thinking it's possible that there may be some sort of special broadcast that we may end up doing around the Lion's Gate, which will be on August 8th, which is like sort of a special date. So stay tuned for that, because that may be something that we'll sync up with. But again, the next full moon meditation will also be on the full moon in August. So there we go. Sweet, guys. Okay, so let's just take this moment here to just do a closing meditation, and then we'll wrap it up. And yeah, I'll see you guys at the Dream Tree. So just inviting you guys to relax, to center yourself, to just straighten up your spine a little bit. Imagine pulling a string from the top of your head, straightening your posture, and then just relaxing your shoulders, relaxing your face, relaxing your cheeks. And here, right now, we'll just connect with the breath. So gentle inhales through the nose. And gentle exhales through the nose or the mouth. Again, gentle inhales. And gentle exhales. Allowing the inhale to meet the exhale. Allowing the exhale to meet the inhale. With each breath, just allowing yourself to become more calm, more relaxed, and more present. And so in this moment, just reflecting on our ever-unfolding path, on our opportunity to birth ourselves into new parts of our being every single day. Reflecting and bringing more gratitude into each and every moment. Appreciating the gifts of the present that we have right here, right now, allowing each breath to become sweeter, each moment to become more beautiful. So again, gentle inhales, gentle exhales, and just giving yourself permission to continue to grow in whatever way that growth may look like, trusting in the growth that you are going through, the challenges you may be facing, honoring them, and even being grateful of them, knowing that it in itself is helping you step into more of your strength, a strength that will be shared with those around you, helping them through their own challenges. Mirrors upon infinite mirrors, reflecting the infinite source within each and every one of us as we continue to walk ourselves home. So invoking the call of the Light Guardian as a choice that each of us can make, as a choice to do the little things that make the big differences. And so just continuing to breathe, continuing to connect with your breath, and in doing so, connecting with the divine remembrance of the bigger parts of ourselves, reminding ourselves of the journey that we are on, one that began before this incarnation and one that will continue after it, knowing that we came here to be a part of this experience, to be a part of this journey, to be able to contribute our unique vibrations, our unique gifts, our unique visions to this collective journey. And so invite yourself to awaken to more of your gifts, to more of your keys. Allow the hidden to become visible within yourself. Allow yourself to awaken to more of who you are. The seed is becoming the tree, and the tree will bear the fruit and the seeds for more trees. From tree to tree, from seed to seed. Our mission is simple: to grow, to expand, and to invite others to do the same. To be love, to be water for a thirsty world. So bring your awareness into your breath. Bring your presence into your awareness of this moment. And reminding ourselves that in changing ourselves, we change the entire world around us. Like the holographic fractals, it begins from within. So connect with the visions, connect with the futures, connect with the strength and the trust that will guide us to those moments that are waiting for us to arrive into. So just take another couple moments here to just breathe in your own silence, reflecting on your gifts, on your visions, on your keys, on your strengths, with gratitude. Good. So just take a couple more breaths here and we'll conclude this meditation. And yet as we do, remembering this space, knowing that we can return to it simply through connecting with the breath, reminding ourselves of the importance of tuning our instrument as we play our part within this bigger song, within this universe, the one verse. And so carry this with you beyond this moment. Through the power of words and language, we remind ourselves and we awaken to this bigger story and our place within it. Carry the shift with you as a choice, consciously, with love. So just take a couple more breaths. Good. And so just take a moment here just to, before we conclude, put your hand on your heart and just feel your heartbeat. Reminding yourself that your heartbeat is the heartbeat, is our heartbeat. The heartbeat is the breath. The heartbeat is the Brahma. Growth and expansion through levels upon levels upon levels, unfolding as it were, as it is, and so it shall be. So let's take another breath here. And gently, you can begin to bring your awareness back to your physical body. You can slowly wiggle your toes and your fingers. When you're ready, gently open your eyes and bring your awareness back to the space around you. Well done, Guardians. Aho. Sweet.
Aho.
Aho.
That's
Cool.
what my grandma always says.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thanks, Steve. Cool. All right, guys.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Have a
thank
good
you,
one,
Kajun.
everyone. It
Yes.
was, very divine.
Another beautiful experience. Every time that we come here, the universe expands just a little bit more. Cool, cool. Yeah, again, guys, just thank you so much for being here. And, of course, everyone who's connected with us in the future, thank you as well. Of course, reminding you, invite your friends, let them know about the Paradigm Shift Central project and all that amazing, exciting stuff that we got going on. So there are plenty more conversations to be had. And, of course, sign up for the Team Patreon when you can, support the project, and continue to be the shift where you are. So, guys, let's join me in saying farewell to the internet, and we're going to conclude this broadcast here and now. So, until next time. So, guys, all unmute yourselves, and we'll say farewell until next time. So, good night, everyone. We love you guys. Love you guys. Cool. I know Kyle just stepped away from the mic, but Kyle says goodbye too. So, and Yoda says goodbye for now. So, thanks, Yoda.
Welcome, you are.
All right, guys. Until next time, thank you so much. One love. The shift is us, and of course, keep it shifty. We'll see you in the future, guys. Peace out.